Welcome, everyone, to CRoM Con 10. We are back. We're doing it again. It's going to be bigger and better than ever. I have a couple of quick announcements I want to make as we move forward, as this becomes more, as this has grown and become more of a thing. I want it to be a little bit more professional. So in the future, I'm going to be separating the times a little bit more. The all ages books will all go off early in the day on the weekend, and more adult oriented stuff will be featured in the evening slots. I just, I'm starting to think we're going to have a lot more people watching, and I do like to get the all ages and the kids books out here and get them seen. So that's going to be part of one of the things we're doing in the future. I also want to let you know 2 of the 3 giveaways that we were trying to aim for, we attained this weekend. We got to 2,000 members in the Madness, which was one of the giveaways. And then we got to 2021 today on New Year's Day, 2021. So I decided I'm digging into some of my stuff, and I'm going to give some stuff away. And my friend Karen Perriman will probably come out Sunday night. We'll do a couple of drawings. We're going to have some fun, but I got a stack of stuff over here. Some original art, some signed prints, some comic books. I'll let the winners choose whatever they want. I don't care. We're going to have a great time. Our first guest coming. Well, first I want to introduce our co-host and backup guy. It's Will, the Joker fan, Pace from the Creators Outlet. And he's got my back this weekend, covering some stuff for me while we're waiting to find out what happened to Phil. Phil, paging Dr. Phil. Where you at, bro?
Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine, Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine. Hey, it's Danny Morales in the chat.
Yes, I see him. I see Trish. I'm not sure who this is. Somebody's got to sign in. Somebody's got to sign into Facebook so we know who you are. And Danny, your ears must have been burning, bro, because we were just talking about you before the show started. We want to get you out here tonight for the 10 o'clock panel, bro. So you can come out and tell us all about that. What do you think? Talk to me. Talk to William.
Whoa, Danny says the collective can give out exclusive Voodoo Nations to the lucky winner. A sign.
Giving away. And that's awesome. So I want you to come out tonight, Danny. Right now, our first guest in CRoM Con 10, Mr. Karl Stephan.
Hi, how you doing? Hi, Pops. Hi, Will.
Hey, welcome.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, I'm awesome. I'm so glad you came out. You're on the other side of the ocean, right?
Yeah.
There you go. We are international from guest one here, people. From guest one. That's how we do it here. I'm so glad to meet you. If you look down below, you see the Indiegogo.com projects. Merry boys. That's what this man has going on. Now, for me, this is the first time I've met you, the first time I've got to be introduced to what you've got going on. Real quick, I want Will to go ahead and introduce himself and give everybody a shout out to what he does, and then I want to dive right into what you got going on, man.
Cool. Hey, it's Will. I'm from the collective. I'm not from the collective. Danny's from the collective. See, I need some more whiskey in my coffee is what it is.
Oh, here we go. He's already in trouble.
I'm already in trouble. I'm from the Creators Outlet podcast, which you can download and listen to from AsiaRadio.com. You just have to look for the logo of me with my brain blowing up in the sky. I'm also on YouTube at Creators Outlet. And you can also find all my podcasts on Outright Geekery on Facebook as well.
All right. So, Mr. Karl Stephan.
Yep.
I want you to give me a little rundown of where you're at, who you are, what got you into being a creative in the comic industry.
Yep. Well, okay. My name is Karl. I'm in England. And
No, I knew I wasn't going to stick to all that button-up shirt stuff, right? This is CRoM Con.
of course. I feel underdressed now. I should have brought a hat or another hat, like a big impressive hat. Basically, like everybody else, I do comic books, obviously. My project is called Merry Boys. It's about 4 teenage Knights Templar who live in a broken Britain, and the story is basically about them cleaning up their backward English hometown of sins to avoid a biblical apocalypse. And we've already fulfilled. And I've just left the project on INDEE, but this is what it looks like basically. So it's like an old school sort of take. Everything is traditional. It's 2 issues. Everything is done with ink wash. I'm a major fan of old EC Comics and Mad Magazine, and 90s sort of irreverent comics like Martial Law, The Crow. Like, so I think somebody recently told me you make outlaw comics, so I guess it's outlaw comics. It's indie, but it's got like a hard sort of edge to it that you don't really see all that much from the mainstream. Or you never really saw this sort of thing from the mainstream. But anyway, like, let me tell you a bit more about the boys. Basically, they're quadruplets with cleft lips, and they can't grow hair on their heads due to a birth defect. But also due to that same birth defect, when they drink beer, they become physically stronger and faster. So they're kind of like superheroes. And they wield cricket bats because it's England and not America. So I have to do something a bit patriotic. But yeah, it's all old school ink wash, Will Eisner sort of stuff.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Now that's reminding me of what Alexia did in 47 Furious Tales with the Ronin graveyard. That was real nice. Can we see that again? Go back to the graveyard.
The one with this one.
Yes. Man, I love pictures like that. They put me right there, dude. That's awesome.
It looks great.
That is awesome. Thank you for showing me that again.
And
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm gearing up to do a follow-up, which is called Beefheads. It's going to be a collection of short stories featuring the same characters in their world. So yeah, just doing the art around that and just getting ready. It's going to be a marathon with streaming and all that. Last time, but I've got a much better idea of what to do now, as everybody will know. It is hard. It is hard graft if you don't have a publisher, but it's rewarding in its own way. So it's all good.
So we've got this one here. Look at that. Man, thank you so much, Kevin, for all them awesome backgrounds and borders. I just had to say that, guys. So you can go ahead and talk about whatever we're seeing here. Like,
right. So that's the. I've done a few things on this campaign. Right. So it's got the basic tier is, it says pounds, 12 pounds. So it's about.
Right.
I think it's about $15 or so, $16 for the 2 comic books. Then I've got another tier where it's the T-shirt tier. I had these because it's got the theme is kind of like punk. I made sure that I got this traditionally printed T-shirts as well. Done with screen printing, so you can buy that with the comics or just the T-shirts on their own, or 2 T-shirts to save on postage. And I think the only other tier that it's on there at the moment is original art. Anybody wanting to buy an original page. But yeah,
they all went away. 10 of 10 claimed. 10 of 10 claimed. Very nice. I mean, I'm a fan of the original art too. I totally love when people put stuff like that in their campaigns.
Oh yeah.
Gives me an actual incentive to, like, I could possibly get something like that. Okay. you might have got my attention a little more when it comes to separating money from the wallet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's definitely fun. You know, I mean, I've been a comic fan all my life. Okay, I mean, for decades. I get to say decades. I've been a comic fan, and everything in the last 8 months or 10 months that I've been exposed to has just blown me away, because I was never this close to it. It was what I'd actually see at the store, or, you know what I mean? I wasn't out here online looking for stuff. Now I see everything. Well, I can't even say I see everything. Now I see a lot, you know, but every day I see stuff I never saw before. This was totally new to me. This one came out.
It's a revolution. It's a revolution. I mean, everybody has realized that they don't need publishers anymore with crowdfunding, and it's just gaining momentum. And slowly we're seeing a cultural shift from people buying comic books, that they realize we don't have to do it the old way anymore. We can support individual creators, and it'll make a far bigger difference to that individual creator, you know, if you buy the stuff from them directly. You know, it's a whole new world, you know, that sounding too corny.
So this is the sign up page for the other one you were talking about, Beef Heads.
Yeah.
And let's see, did I drop? Let me drop that banner. Let me drop that banner too for a little while, because we can do that now. Look at this. I love technology. I had to throw a special thank out to you know who for setting me up with the extra bells and whistles. Thank you. You know who you are. They didn't want me to say who they were, but thank you. You know who you are.
Dear bells and whistles, I'll get in touch with you next week.
Oh man, it's amazing. It's like, you know, I got backgrounds and overlays and you know, I kind of been having too much fun with all this. I mean, just way too much fun with all this, man.
I was like, what the hell was that? So you're an early bird special, people signing up for when it goes live. They're gonna automatically get this 5.8 by 8.3 inch art card for Beef Heads with their order.
That's right.
And Pops is signing up now because he goes, ooh, something.
I got to. I can't bring it up till ask other people to do something I'm not doing myself.
Hell yeah.
You know, I mean, a lot of times I save them just for that, so I can do it live when I'm talking to people. You know, if I know they have one that hasn't popped out yet. You know, it's part of the fun. It's all fun, and you guys don't know. I have way too much fun doing all this. What's up? Happy New Year, BT.
Happy New Year.
You know, I didn't even say that because for me it was happy year end. Goodbye to that last one. Everything from here's got to be good. You know?
Yeah, we're gonna look up in the sky tomorrow night, and the moon's gonna look different. You know, kind of like the Death Star or something.
As long as it's looking different in a good way, I'm okay. As long as it, you know, it's like not just half of it hanging there and pieces of it floating away, I'll be okay. You know, give the moon whatever it wants.
Now, did you do everything on this book, or did you have a team?
Unfortunately, I had to do everything myself. So the writing, absolutely everything. But yeah, it's good. At least I don't have to herd cats. You know.
Well, that's a plus.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. I see discussions on the Comics Related Madness sites about gripes that writers have with artists and vice versa. I'm just glad I'm not involved in any of that. You know, just it takes a bit longer, but it's at the end of the day, it's up to me what I do. So
we encourage the networking, but I mean, at the same time, we like avoid as much of the crap and the madness as we can. We avoid it like all kinds of things we're not even going to talk about.
Of comic book fans are very, very, very passionate, I'm afraid, and sometimes
Yes,
the passion spills over into
drama.
I'm trying to keep fun and nice word for it. Yeah.
Exactly. I try to ride. I try to ride the middle. I am inclusive. You want to come show us what you're doing? Bring it. I don't gatekeep in any way on any of it. Bring it, as long as it's not like straight porn or hate. It's welcome here. Not, like I said, now we're getting some adult oriented stuff, and we have people who also do kids books, and I'm going to have to separate that a little bit in the cons in the future. But we don't have all the hate in the madness or in the cons. You know, nobody comes to me on the side and says, hey man, I can't be in your con because that person's in your con. We don't have none of that. Everybody is very open to what everybody's doing and very supportive of it. And
I've noticed that it's a good little community. You know, I've been chatting to a lot of people, and it's good. It should be nurtured that way.
I am so proud of everybody in the group because they're really good at doing the same thing I do, and that's keeping my personal stuff on my personal page. They don't bring it to the group. Everybody's great. I mean, it encourages more people to come and be part of it because they're not going to run into real world stupid issues. They get to talk about their books. They get to network with other people that are interested in what they're doing. And that's all we're trying to do is bounce everybody's fan base off the next guy's fan base. You know, I mean, the next guy coming out after you, we're gonna introduce you to him as you're leaving and he's coming on. We're gonna introduce your fan base to his fan base, and hopefully you both get a few extra fans out of it. That's how we started. That's what this started as, and it's kind of blown up. I got people like William, people like Kevin Gillot, really doing a lot right now to give us extra exposure and really make this what I meant it to be. Once I realized it was going to be this, you guys blow me away, all of you. Every creative in the industry blows me away, and it's never based on how good their art is, because I'm a firm believer in art is subjective. Okay, I don't do any kind of reviews or stuff like that, because who am I to tell somebody else whether or not what you did is good? Isn't that up to them to decide? You know, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't want to go out and encourage somebody not to buy your book because they're taking my word for it, or to buy your book and then not like it because they took my word for it. Mm-hmm. Go out and experience that for yourself, everybody. That's how we're supposed to do this. We're all supposed to read each other's stuff and experience it. And if we get an emotional response, winner, right? That's how this all goes down. When for sure are you launching this? Do you know?
Probably April, I was thinking. I would like to have about 20, 30 pages done. It's going to be 70 pages in total. So I'd like to have probably everything penciled, half of it inked. So yeah, probably around April.
Okay, well, that gives us time. See, because time
That's a big book.
Well, and time is important in promoting. Okay, time is important in promoting. If you're not out there a couple months ahead of time, letting people know what you got coming and giving them a little tease, then you come out and you go live with it, and everybody's like, "Oh, what's that?"
Yeah, I know. I found that out the hard way.
Yeah, you got a couple months. You get to go out on some shows. You get to show off some art. You get to talk about it, and by the time you're ready to go live, we'll do a launch party for you.
Cool.
Right
awesome,
here.
Awesome.
We'll do a launch party for you right here, and we'll make sure everybody knows what day that goes live. You know, because that's another thing that I want us to be doing here in the future is launch parties and countdown parties for people's crowdfunding projects.
Awesome.
Cons are going to come back. Cons are going to come back, people. You're not going to need CRoM Con very long. But you're still going to crowdfund. You're still going to do that. So I'm going to jump in on that side of it. We'll probably still be doing CRoM Con, but it'll be a different thing. Maybe doing it live from a con floor. It'll be fun. I'll get to meet all you people. You know, actually meet you people. That's my end game.
Awesome.
This is for a future Indiegogo, sir. I don't know who that is. Who's on? I don't know which Facebook you're on. But yes, this is for a future Indiegogo coming out. This is the kind of the Beef Boys is the one-off, right?
That's right. Yeah, So the original one is still in demand. So there's a separate link for that. But this one that's open right now, that's just for the sign-up list. I've got about 250 people signed up to that so far. So it's doing.
This link now down here going. This is the one where you can go check out the book that's in demand. What's up, Cheeto? How you doing? Welcome to the madness in CRoM Con. Thanks for viewing. Thank everybody for viewing. As usual, this blows me away. We get people watching. I personally, I can't believe people watch me, but they're not here to watch me. They're here to meet you guys. And what aside from the beef, what else you got planned for your future? For future like projects, or is this going to be your main focus?
It's the main focus. I think I've got another 2 books planned, like plotted out after this one. So it's got to makes a full character arc. And after that, there's still some stuff. I'll probably break off and do something else just to clean the palette a little bit. But we see. I've haven't thought that far in advance. We just would, it's always like just trying to get the next book out and seeing how it does. But I think it's got longevity. People have been very enthusiastic about it, and supported it really well. So I think this one will probably do better than the next one. It would do better than the previous one. So feeling really optimistic.
I'm like looking forward to it now because, like I said, I kind of wanted to wait until I met you. There's a few people. I'm letting everybody know there are a few people in this con I've never met before. I'm not going to go lurk your page. I'm going to meet you live, just like we're meeting at a con or something. I'm going to find out who you are right here. It's like I don't want to. I'm not that guy that does like all kind of research and already knows all the answers to all the questions I'm going to ask. It's like I want to ask a question and like off the top of my head that other people are interested in too. Like, what kind of music do you listen to?
I'm into rock, like punk rock, goth music, industrial, metal, And hey, it's Foie Storm.
Yes, Foie.
Yeah, Foie. Fellow Englishman. Well, I'm not, and that's the other thing. I'm not really English. I'm actually South African, but I'm living in England. I've been here for a decade. So a lot of English people go, he's not English. He's a foreigner.
Somewhere else. It's okay. It doesn't matter where we're from, man. It's what we do, right? And how we present ourselves while we're doing it.
Yeah.
This is amazing. I'm really looking forward to seeing this one now. I ain't pulling your leg. I'm gonna have to secure some extra funds somewhere. I ain't gonna lie, I'm broke. I can back only so many books because I see everything, and it's like, man, I want to back that. Oh my god, I want to back that.
I know the feeling. I've got a whole list of ones that I'm gonna back as soon as the stars align again. I have to rub the butter.
There you go. I think that's Kevin. Kevin, you need to sign into Facebook so we can see your name, bro.
Yeah. But if the chat's got any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yes, if anybody's got any questions, by all means, man. Even you guys in the green room, John. You got a question? If you got a question for just like holler at me. I'll get you out here so you can ask them. That's how we do it. South Africa. Now that's interesting. It's like I think you're the first person I've ever met that lived in South Africa.
Really? Okay. All right. Yeah. Well,
I'm pretty sure, and I've talked to people pretty much everywhere, but that's a first, I think. So, what's that experience like for people living in the States? Have no idea.
I've never been to the States. That's something I still really want to do. Once COVID has run its course, I'd like to come see. I haven't even been to that many cons in the UK or anywhere else. I just it's weird. Like your world opens up once you start publishing comic books. Like you've got like a reason for wanting to put yourself out there. Because normally I just buy my comics online, have them delivered, I read them, and there's like no interaction. It's a very solitary sort of experience. But since I've started doing shows and things for promoting comics, I've met so many interesting people. And it's like my social life has just gone up and up and up ever since I've got into this stuff, which is kind of weird if you think about it. But yeah.
There is a lot that this whole thing has. Hi, welcome back, Will.
Hey, Comcast decided they were going to snip my internet in the bud, so
now your Wi-Fi in it, huh?
Well, no, now I'm going off my mobile, so.
Well, welcome back.
And I'm bored, so I'm riding around in my wheelchair in the house.
Do you have any other questions for Karl?
Well, I missed a big chunk of stuff. So, one big question right off the bat, since we're stateside and you're across the pond, what are shipping costs like going from the UK to the States?
It's actually not that bad compared to how much you guys pay. So I think it costs about £8, which is probably about $10 or so. That's with and I factor packaging into that for shipping to the States. So yeah, it's not terrible.
Oh no, that's kind of like right on par for here.
I think it's about, what's your domestic rates? If I may ask, that's about $8 or $10 or something like that, isn't it, for a typical comic book?
Yeah. So like if I was shipping like a Gemini mailer with books in it, yeah, it'd be about $10.99. The next box up from there, it would go box wise, and it would be like $15.
Righty. Okay. So yeah, it's about the same as your domestic rates, which is kind of crazy if you think about it.
Yeah, it's weird because I've shipped stuff over there, and it hasn't been at those rates. So you probably pay like normal rates to ship out to us, but if we ship over, it's a little more for us.
Totally. Like, I mean, some of the things I've backed in the US, the shipping has been astronomical. So I can't, because that's the thing. Most of the crowdfunding comic book scene is in the US. That's just how it is. And I find myself paying more in shipping sometimes than I pay for the actual comic book, which is really discouraging. But we're looking into ways of consolidating and having somebody in the States fulfill, if we were to have a hike in costs, and with also thinking maybe for people in the US to fulfill from here. I mean, we've also got, I don't know what you use for printing, but we use Mixam. That's it's got branches in the US as well, so you know exactly what sort of quality you're getting. So it's a matter of using the same printers and then just have it shipped domestically in the UK and in Europe from here. So
well, there's a couple of places. I know there's one place down in Florida that I've got stuff from before, and what it was is because it's so expensive for us to ship back and forth to Canada, that a lot of Canadian creators use a print-on-demand place in Florida. So all they do is have to upload their file, and people can order it directly from the site there. They print it, and they print the books and like bookmarks and all kinds of other, little knickknacks, and they throw it in and send it up to you.
I've heard of people doing that too. Yeah, like then so I've heard of people using Amazon specifically, and they've said the quality isn't bad. But I haven't tried that myself. I just for this one and for what I'm doing now, I just wanted everything done traditionally. So everything is done litho printing, no digital printing, just litho. And I ordered enough books to make it worthwhile, so you get the benefit of the scale price reduction. But yeah, it's something to look into in future and just do a comparison and see if it makes sense.
John has a question for you. He left it in the chat, but I'm gonna let him just ask you because here it is.
Yeah, first and foremost, this is a beautiful book, and I'm following this campaign, and I am going to back. Life and things of that nature have been occurring, but I've got you on my short list, so I'm definitely going to follow this book. I was curious, just strategically, how many books did you print? And when you printed those books, how many books had you already, I guess, had sold at that point? I'm always curious strategically about that.
Yeah. Those are good questions because, and you never really know until you actually do it. I closed up my campaign at about 270 odd backers. So at that point, I just ordered 2,000 books. So it's 1,000 of each. And then I left it on in demand, and since its rate, my amount of backers have gone up to 530, which I fulfilled to everybody. So I've still got about 470 or 450 sets left that I could go on selling. And so on the next campaign, I will put those on the campaign as an extra perk.
Nice. Was the I guess in terms of the cost to you, when you hit that $1,000 mark, did it really kind of drop in unit cost at that point? Or? Yeah,
it does. Yeah, that's the thing. Really? You want to well, two reasons. I mean, if you the difference between 500 and 1,000 is actually quite negligible. It's a few £100. So it makes perfect sense to overprint, and and also because I did it litho, not digital. So over a certain amount, it makes economic sense to do it litho. And litho is I'm old school. I like that traditional process. Okay. It looks slightly better. So it's every reason to overprint.
Nice. Well, I'm looking forward to it, man.
Yes, Karl. I'm telling you, 30 minutes goes by way too fast in these things, but there's no way I could get everybody in if I gave everybody an hour or more. And man, I'm telling you what, these things are growing. They're amazing. I want to thank you so much for coming out. Everybody check out Merry Boys. The links, make sure you drop the links in the comments so that everybody can see them, not just like on our ticker, but so that people watching the replay see the links and they can still, go find where you're at, because a lot of people watch these afterwards. Not everybody. Every night there's 15 streams going in the group. There's no way everybody can see everything live. So sometimes they have to go back and watch a replay. Make sure you drop the links in the comments after you leave. Totally appreciate you coming out. All the best wishes for 2021 and the success for your books, man. And we'll be keeping an eye on it, and we will be sharing it and making sure people see it until it's over.
Lovely. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Pops. Well, John, take care.
Good to meet you, Karl.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care, man.
Thank you for coming out.
Take care.
Mr. John Hervey is beyond time. How you doing?
Yes, sir.
I ain't talked to you in a week or so.
I know. Can't have that. How's it going, Pops?
I'm good. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you doing, Will?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well, man. Thank you. Happy New Year, brothers.
Hey.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Amazing stuff you got going on, man. This guy I've been following for a little while. This guy I do know. He's been at CRoM Con before. He will definitely be here again.
Oh, yeah. Next time I got to make sure I hop on the list earlier. I'm one of the reasons you extended to Friday. I was like, oh, man, it's already full. Is there any way we can do this?
that is something I forgot to say in the announcements. The reason there's a Friday show, and it pretty much happens every time, is because we get more people that want to be involved than we actually have time slots for. And we can't go out too early in the morning on the East Coast, because then it's like really early in the morning on the West Coast, and ain't nobody watching.
That's right.
I try to make sure we come out, once everybody's awake, had their coffee at least, And as far as how late we go at night, that's ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
I got my PC back up, so I'm going to drop out of this one and go over to that one.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Bye. Will is he's like my savior this week. He's coming in backing Phil up because I don't know where Phil is. Phil had a hard drive issue with his computer.
Ooh. That's all bad.
Yeah, no idea. So, all love to Phil Leon, Dr. Phil Leon, paging Dr. Phil Leon. Let's know what's up as soon as you can, bro.
Seriously, technology is not his friend right now.
Oh, I don't think it's anybody's friend anymore.
I'm telling you, man.
I seen dancing robots. That scared me to death.
Look!
That scared me to death. Them things were moving too good. I don't want to have to fight them. No.
I just did the resetting, the router and taking care of it. And what? I don't have a dog over here. What the heck?
What?
They'd probably be eating all my collectibles. I get mad.
There you go. Exactly.
Rocco just wanted to say hi, John.
Hey, Rocco, how you doing? Sweet. Now we're buds.
Dude, the dogs and the kids, man. It's always one or the other. I always get the do you mind? I'm doing a show right now.
Awesome.
I love you, Rock. You're crazy, but I love you. That one talks a lot, and the other one is just like big and furry.
Yeah.
And it's like between the two of them, they make one awesome dog. Thank you, Kevin. He's got us all covered, man. He's sharing us out everywhere. I don't have to sit here and worry about hitting the share button and not being able to pay attention to my guests. I'm like, this is awesome. We're digging this. Thank you, awesome. Kevin. Thank you guys for everything you're doing. There's the links for the Married Boys campaign. Carl, thank you for dropping those. Man, can't wait.
That's good looking. The first book is good looking books for sure.
Yeah, and when I started sharing that out on Twitter, there's a bunch of people up there that either already knew about it, like Lucifer Storm, that were like, hey, man, yeah, that one's cool. You need to look at that. I'm like, okay,
But it's good though, even having the show, because like it reminded me, because there's so many, man. I have backed so many projects this year. It's absurd. So like seeing that again, I was like, man. So I went and I followed it so that I don't lose track of it again.
I mentioned his name and he's in his wallet. Look at that. Look, Lucifer, we love you, brother.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Happy New Year, brother.
What's in that cash?
Man, that cash is gone.
Oh man.
Look, I got a coupon for a free cone at McDonald's. I thought that was my stimulus check there.
Your stimulus check from Mickey D's?
Yeah, and I show up and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, the ice cream machine's broken." I'm like, "Oh, you must be employee of the month."
You're doing better than me, bro.
I know, right?
There ain't no stimulus for me. Doing your own Facebook group doesn't pay. Not unless you got 1 million followers or something. You know what I mean? I'm just having fun. John.
Yes, sir.
Let me. You want to share the screen so you got control, and I'll put it up there.
Whenever I share it, it always ends up being funky. Like I get no sound or all kinds of nonsense.
All right, let me get it up here.
So I'll let you handle that mess.
Don't.
Booyah! There it is.
There she is.
Yes, indeed. Magna, the last pan at the end. So this campaign has 15 days left. We're in our second 30 days. Man, I'm really grateful for everyone that's backed. We're at 151 backers.
Nice.
And I realize these are not easy times. So I'm grateful for everybody that has backed at any level, during these days. So thank you guys very, very much. It's a big deal.
I don't know if any of you are aware of this book, but come on. Big redhead holding up the tank. You got my attention.
Come on now.
Right from the beginning, this one had my attention.
Yeah.
This
telling
is
you.
good stuff.
Tell you, Hollywood may hate the gingers, but not me.
Dude, this is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, basically, there's 3 cover options for the book. It's a 75-page book, and the production is complete. So what you're showing right there are the 3 cover options that you can get. Of course, you can get all 3 if you want, but one is this. I call this kind of the call to action, where she has to use her power to defend her family against this werebeast. And I know there's been a lot of werebeast books, out as of late. This creature has a little bit of a different twist because he's actually one of the spawn of Fenrir. So just to take a step back about the project, the premise of this story is you have the protagonist, Cottie Skogsholm, and she has been basically living in a bubble. Her parents have been hiding her and hiding her powers since she was born. And then this creature comes knocking. They're in a fictitious city of Tree City, Idaho. And she has to use her powers now to defend her family. So upon doing that and doing that successfully, she learns that her parents have actually adopted her. So this sends her on a whole mission of self-discovery. The setting of this is 1942. So we know that World War II is afoot and really raging in Europe. She goes to Finland, which is the home of her adoptive parents and where her parents got her. And if you scroll down to the next image, you see the tank. That's because she finds herself in the midst of a little bit of a battle between Russian and Finnish forces. And then from there, she finds herself amidst a conglomeration of the last of the mighty men of old. So these are a final pantheon, which is a mixture of Egyptian, Aesir, which is Asgardian, Olympian, Chinese, and they've all come together for the purpose of survival. And now she finds herself in the midst of their struggle. And as the story develops, she learns more about herself, and she finds herself a linchpin for their survival and hers. So I actually gave you a pitch without giving away, with no spoilers. So that was the no spoilers pitch. So yay for me.
John was watching last time. John was paying attention. I love it. If you don't know,
Loose for Storm. Thank you, man.
The last CRoM Con we did was a elevator pitch. 15 minutes was all everybody had, and it was amazing. There were some people that did some great stuff. There were some people that came out prepared, and there were some people that learned a lot and have showed me a lot since then. And I love it. That's what you got to be able to get somebody's attention. And you don't want to give the story away because you still want them to buy the book, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to do the Hollywood elevator pitch, which is showing all the best parts of the movie, and you go, okay, yeah, I know this one's going.
Exactly. You're like, okay, I've seen everything that I need to see.
I'll wait for the next Netflix release, and I'm good.
No.
I'm like, hell no.
I'll tell you that last CRoM Con was good too, because when you only got 15 minutes, man, I mean, you think 30 minutes is short. 15 minutes is nothing. Right. I'll still be doing an introduction in 15 minutes. So it's like, getting to the heart of it, it's like, okay, what is your pitch?
I was like, you got 5 minutes to tell me who you are? Yeah. Then I want to hear your pitch. I don't want to hear about your book. I want to hear your pitch, why I should go read your book.
Exactly. Buy the book.
Yes, sir.
You can read it after you buy it.
There you go.
So it was about getting my attention, and that was the whole thing. It's like there are some people that are great at this. Brian K. Morris, him and I are going to do a mentoring class in Alan Johnson's mentoring thing. We are going to join him, and we're going to do a segment on the elevator pitch. Me as a fan, how are you going to get my attention? And Brian as a creative who has a great mind for the elevator pitch. And, it's like we're kind of going to bounce ideas back and forth off each other because, man, John,
it's a good thing, bro, because, we're all you know, even for those that have been doing this for a while, I mean, crowdfunding comics has not been a big thing for very long. So everybody's still learning. But I think everybody's trying to take it to the next level now. So it's like, okay, now we all know to put a video on. We all know to put a featured tier. So we know all those things now. So now how do you actually go about presenting your stuff so that somebody comes along and says, you know what, I actually want to buy this book. And the guy didn't tell me every darn thing about it already. So, you know, there's still a lot of mystique and mystery, you know, as you pick up the book that you'll enjoy.
And the amazing, there's some amazing art also in this.
Man, my guy Marcio Abreu, he's the interior artist, and he's done work on Red Sonja and the Warlord of Mars. So I knew he had the aesthetic that I needed for this book, because this book, kind of a little bit old school style. I mean, it goes all over the place. I mean, you're in the heavens, you're in 1942, you're in Idaho, you're in Finland, you're in Asgard. I mean, you're all over the place. And I wanted the adventure to be that kind of very high adventure style. So you see a lot of different pantheons represented. So we had to have designs that befit those different pantheons. You know, so it really comes together, and you feel like, okay, I'm traveling to different worlds, and it feels like I'm traveling to different worlds.
I'm only from Idaho. I work in Mount Olympus.
Dude, see?
Look,
I'm telling you, it's like one of those places, kind of like, you know, where I guess, like Stonehenge. You know, Idaho, you can just go, whoo, you go off to Asgard, go off to Olympus, you're good.
And there's always plenty of potatoes.
Hey, there you go. I love me some French fries.
Hell yeah.
Kevin will be out for the first segment tomorrow at noon, and he'll be telling you all about what he's got going on with NSC TV Live and some extra marketing things that they do for people.
Really? Okay, I'll be checking it out.
This partnering up with them was really a good thing, because I'm going to be able to, I mean, it's not like I'm offering it to you, but I'm going to be able to introduce you to somebody that can offer you a lot more than I can.
Yeah.
To help promote your book, you know. I'm just like doing this little con, man. These guys they have way bigger plans and way bigger ideas than my little 8-10 months in the industry ain't got nothing on what these guys have built.
But don't downplay what you're doing, because the whole industry has been transformed now. I mean, think about it. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, it was like, you know, there was a very distinct line that was drawn. Either you were creating books or you were reading them, you know, but now we're all kind of, we all kind of get high on our own supply here. We're creators, we're readers of the books, but we're also, I mean, if you have a show, you're an integral part of the industry. You know, if you're sharing, you're an integral part of the industry. You know what I mean? All of these things make it work. I mean, because you look at my campaign, you know, that's not a lot of people, but it's moving. I can tell you there's a couple of even individuals like Tonpa, Frog G. When I look at my statistics, right, there's people that just tweet and move my numbers.
Hey,
it's crazy.
I just invaded the Twitter not that long ago, but I'm already up over 250 followers, and you know I'm out there doing the same thing that I do on Facebook. I'm sharing people's stuff. I saw a new place where I could go, hey, look at this, or a new place where I could pull stuff from to show to people in my group. It goes back and forth now. You see
Let me tell you, that's how it works, Pop. Or even like with Lucifer Storm here talking about how he's going to tweet it. That's how it works. Somebody buys a book and then they tweet it. Then their people see how. Then all of a sudden, people that haven't seen your stuff before, and that's the reason also why I've become avid about retweeting people's stuff.
Yes.
And I've started doing some other things too. Like I'll even sometimes when I do a message to the people that are backing my book, like sometimes I'll include a couple other books. I'm like, if you like this book, you'll like this book too, because at the end of the day, a lot of us, we don't have big marketing dollars to let people know that we have this content. But it's like once eyeballs are laid on it, it's just like, oh yeah, man, I would like that book, but I've never seen it before.
And that was one of the things that people were telling me about. They go on Kickstarter and you know about their numbers and this and that, and how Kickstarter helps promote their book. And I'm like, really, it's what you guys do to promote your books.
Yeah.
They give you a platform, granted, and if you're super popular or give them some extra money, they might promote your book a little bit. Yeah. But you guys are the ones that sell your book. Yeah. If you're not promoting yourself, people don't see it. If you don't get it out there where people like me see it, that can show it to other people, it's like I had no idea this group was going to become a networking and promotions group. We all used to just show off what we got at the comic store. Oh, look what I got. Look what I got. Ooh, that was what this group used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, COVID changed it all.
It changed the whole game. And I'll tell you, some groups shot themselves in the foot because there's some Facebook groups that are like, don't promote your stuff here. And you're like, bro, seriously. We're all creating books, and we're not gonna share with each other what we're creating. We're not gonna promote to each other what we're making. Wow.
There's the groups that they have that rule, no promotion, no self-promotion or whatever, and that's cool. That's if that's the group you're building and you want to be it, that's cool. I'm looking at it from the other side, from the fans' point of view. How am I going to see what everybody's doing if somebody doesn't have a group showing me what everybody's doing?
Exactly.
I don't go to Kickstarter and scroll every comic book.
No.
Nobody does.
Nobody does.
We see it on Twitter. We see it in our newsfeed. We see it in groups that allow promotion.
Yeah.
That's where we see what you guys do. And that's where we share it, that's where we get it to share it in other places.
Exactly.
So, NSC Live TV, they gave me a platform this time where, I'm out there being seen by a lot more people than I've ever been seen before. I'm even a little bit nervous tonight because I'm looking right now at just the numbers of people watching right now, and I'm not used to seeing that kind of a steady number.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope this is entertaining. I hope you like the people that come out and you like the projects that they're putting forth because, man, the industry, I said that the industry needs all you guys.
Yeah.
Creators and fans.
Yeah. And that's cool, too, because the funny thing is you have a following. I knew about your show. I didn't know about NSC TV, so now I'm going to check them out. So, it's a win-win.
NSC Live TV is beyond anything I'm doing. I'm one channel on what they got going on. I'm one channel. Well, I think the group has a channel and the YouTube has a channel. You see what I'm saying? It's like they have so many other people that are Earth Station 1, Chuck Pinot's Shop Talk. There's a whole bunch of people that are part of it. Yeah, and William. There's a whole bunch of Cheers to Comics.
No, I know.
Hasm Productions. There's a whole bunch of these people that are in the group, that are active in the group, that are also part of NSC Live TV.
Nice.
So he's giving everybody a platform, man. Take advantage of it.
That is real.
He's over here talking about what I do. Nah, he's been doing it longer and he's taken it to a way higher level. We might have got there eventually doing something like that, but no, that was never our intention. What this guy's got going on is beyond anything I could have thought.
The crazy thing
only is 150? Oh, that's so slacking. That's slacking.
That's amazing. That's amazing. But this is kind of how the industry now is being revolutionized. Mm-hmm. Indies is what's gonna keep this market alive now. And even for shops, they've got to figure it out. Indies are going to be the thing to keep them going and keep them alive. So this is really cool. It's a great time.
And it's like I said, they have all kind of services for promoting, for setting up campaigns. They have all kinds of stuff. He's actually even maybe trying to get into, I think he said, the fulfillment end of.
There's a lot that can be done on that end still, especially between international destinations. There's a lot. People are going to do it, and they're going to add a lot of value. It's going to make it cheaper, and they're going to make money in the process of doing it. This whole industry is being revolutionized right now.
That's a lot, yeah. I gotta ask a question. Where did the design for your heroine for this book come from?
Okay, so in terms of kind of inspiration for this character, I loved like the Byrne She-Hulk. I loved definitely kind of the feel that I guess like kind of the Red Sonja kind of feel as well. So I wanted to make a character. At the end of the day, this is escapism, and we want to make characters that we really want to see.
Well, she's pretty hot. I like her already.
Yeah. So I mean, I was like, how would I want to see this character designed? And
I like that one right there, where she's like got that Bruce Lee, I'm ready to whoop your ass stance.
And that was the combination. I wanted her still to be feminine. I didn't want her to look like today's She-Hulk. I wanted her to be feminine, but I wanted you could look at her and know that she's tough. She's tough as nails. Yeah, exactly. Caitlin Fairchild for sure. Definitely. Of that kind of a school. So many good artists that have come before and really done a great job with, kind of statuesque type of a heroine. So I wanted to, basically pay an homage to that and make something that we all enjoy.
Well, I look at her and I'm going to read this book, but when I read it, she's going to have Wolfbane's Scottish accent. Just saying.
You know what? That's the beauty of reading it, because you have got full license.
That's why I love comic books, because I have so many bloody voices in my head. So,
See, now they can all participate.
It's great.
Yeah. So, I mean, and a lot of the story, it comes from just my love of, mythology, my love of history. So, and that's the beauty of comics. You're not really constrained from a budgetary standpoint, like, oh, well, this is a period piece in 1942. Oh, man, this has now become a high adventure piece going into the heavens. No, it's a total mix and mash. And it's fun.
Now, did I see ISIS in one of the cover shots?
Yes, you did, good man.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, you did.
Yes, he does. See, he covers all the different ancient Parthenons. There you go. There's some Egypt. Yeah. I love it. I love what you're doing with this, man. The A-Team, John Hervey, Marcio Abreu, Elizabeth Torque, Eduardo Ramirez Vieira. Hope I got that one right.
Yep.
Tommy Relamonte Jr. Hope I got that one right. And Marco Delaverde.
Yeah.
I try on the names.
You did well. You did a good job, Pops.
Better than me.
I do try on the names. It's like even like when Zin Zing come out. Okay, it's like I knew I pronounced his name right, and he was like, "Wow."
Yeah, I was there. I was there last month when because I was behind him on that, and I think I was butchering his name, and you were knocking it out.
I do work on that. I might not remember what book you're working on, but I'll get your name right. John, I love having you out as always. Do you know Mr. Robinson?
Let me see. I should. I don't, but I should. How are you doing, Dwayne?
How are you? How's everybody?
Doing well, man.
Welcome.
Awesome.
Good. Yeah, man, I was really enjoying the artwork. It's really good. The story is really cool too, man. Congratulations on a successful Indiegogo.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, Dwayne. I'm gonna hang out and so I can check out your project, man. I'm gonna hang out in the chat so I can see what you got going on. It's good to meet you, though, man. Is that your Twitter?
Yeah, we have a Twitter, but our Twitter is not really one that we kind of use the most. Twitter is the hardest, but we do have a IG and a Facebook, and the website, of course, itself.
All right, I'll connect with you through those then.
No problem.
Cool,
you can definitely see all our artwork on our Instagram and our Facebook.
John, this time always goes by way too fast. Bro.
Way too fast.
Every time.
That's how it always goes when you're having fun, right?
That's right.
Oh, man. And that's what I try to tell everybody, man. I have so much fun doing these that, they're like, I don't know how you can do that all weekend like that. It's like, no, you don't understand. This is a blast. I get to meet all these people that, are all over my room. And the ones that aren't, I'm trying to find a way to get them there.
Yeah, we'll try to get up on there soon.
I know. I'm trying to make my way there too.
Yeah.
Well,
in due time.
I had to go get all professional and mount my camera in a place, and now I can't show off my walls and stuff anymore. But you know, it's like I'm trying to put on a better show. So
you've been doing well. Your show has been improving. It's already awesome. It's been improving every month.
That's what we're hoping for. And you know, it's like we got people like Will that help us out, and Phil Leon, and now with Kevin coming on board, it's been amazing. This whole thing is the whole year of 2020 wasn't bad for me because of this particular thing. Yeah. I mean, you know, everybody had financial and whatever, but for me it was amazing. You know, CRoM Con and meeting all these people and the possibilities of the future.
Yeah.
After meeting all these people is amazing.
It's good to have a little escapism, you know what I mean, from all the bad things of 2020, you know what I'm saying? So to have whatever it is, whether, you know, have a podcast or just creating in general is always good, something to escape from.
That's the truth. Well, I don't want to encroach into your time too much, Dwayne, but yo, man, I'm looking forward to watching your project. I want to watch it from the stands, man. Thank you, Pops. Thank you, Will. Appreciate you guys.
I'll get with you. We'll get you back out on a Monday Madness here before your campaign ends.
Oh, I'd love that. I would love that. All right, Pops.
Have a good night. All right. And again, I'm meeting somebody I've never met before.
Yeah.
How you doing, Dwayne?
Nice to finally see you, so to speak. Yeah, I'm sure you probably see me on the group page. I've shared many things on there. You know, so kind of know each other, but not really like how we are right now, which is always good.
This is always amazing for me every time when I get to meet somebody for the first time. And then like John, okay, now I've talked to John a few times, and every time it's like, man, we don't get enough time. You know, I'm gonna have to get on a phone call with John just so we can BS on the side sometime.
Hopefully you guys can meet each other at a convention so you can even talk even longer, you know what I mean? Face to face, there's no time limit to it.
See, that's what we're hoping to get to at some point where I can go do this actual show from a con floor.
Yeah, I miss coming.
You know, like just walk right up on your table and go, "Yo, Dwayne, what's going on?"
you can see all of our stuff that we have available. You know, all of our stuff that we have. This is a really exciting time for this year. You know, because right now, currently, we are a few pages left from doing Salvation Issue 1. We already have Salvation Issue 0 already available digitally. This is what it looks like. This is our old version of the comic with the old logo. Well, old logo. Got to get used to the camera. But yeah, you know, this is a story that my brother wrote. I did the artwork. I'm the artist, and I also did the lettering. But this story is basically about the main character. His name is Vaughn, and he was born with a mysterious curse mark. If you can see, if you can see it there. And in issue 0, it's basically him trying to figure out what this curse mark is, and because he feels that it's really the bane of his existence, because he's what you call a relic, and what a relic is in his world is a person that has demon blood and human blood. That's why his eyes are 2 different colors.
Nice. Okay. Okay.
So he feels that the curse mark has actually been a burden to him, and he wants to try to get the curse mark removed that is on his arm. And he heard of a powerful shaman that actually can help him get it removed. So that's what he's kind of in search of in issue 0. In issue 1, he finally finds him, and he gets more information on what exactly the curse mark is and what it means, along with new characters as well. So yeah, we're super excited about getting that one done, and a lot of people have been really kind of asking about it, you know, finishing when is it coming out, because, you know, issue 0 has a lot of questions, but with issue 1, it definitely answers a lot of them, along with, you know, maybe having even more, which is always good, because, you know, at the end of the comic, you know, when you have a series, you kind of always want to have more questions. You want to know, okay, what's happening with this guy? I want to see what's happening. I want to see what's going to happen. And with issue 1, you know, that's what we're doing. It continues right off from where issue 0 started. and it just goes into that along with more information on the character. But then we also have the story that I actually wrote, which is Nightfall, Michael's Awakening, issue 1 and issue 2. So these are, we have a little bit of a head start with this series. And so in issue 1, the story is actually about the main character's name is Michael Vash. He's a normal college quarterback that finds out from his mother, his quarterback, football scene, found out from his mother that he actually has he has a legacy line of werewolves within him. And it's up to him to believe that what she's saying is true, because in the beginning, he actually is really kind of doubtful because of it, because when his mother first came into the town, there was a lot of unexplained events, we're going to leave it at that, that had happened, and it kind of gave everybody in the town to dub her as the town crazy lady. So his mother always had these kind of incidents, things of this nature, but in the back of his mind, he always kind of felt that, you know, she actually might be crazy. So you find out what happens at the end of the issue. It starts out in black and white, as you can see. And then it later goes into color, but you have to kind of really slowly goes into color, as you can see, as the story progresses. But then in issue 2, it's full color. But there's a lot of things also in issue 1 that you kind of want to get asked about and you want to know about. And in issue 2, we dive right into all that. We explain what exactly is a legacy line, what's the difference between a person that has a legacy line and other werewolves, or lichen for that matter. And so, yeah, these are the 2 titles that we have available at our website, animationcomicsent.com. And yeah, on our website, we also have all our future projects that we have coming up too, which is 3.
Animation Comics.
ENT.com.
Okay.
I got .com, right? Gives it a little bit, gives a little bit of flavor, right? A little bit. Just
let me see. Can we actually look at it? Yes, I can pull it up. All right.
So right there is a little bit of a preview of all the things that we have available. The little video there, you click on it.
Right.
Some music involved. But this is all of our stuff that we have. We have comics, but we also have merchandise too. We'll also do video game reviews, movie reviews. We kind of are a little bit more than just your average comic book company. We do a little bit more. We eventually are going to have a YouTube page as well. On Facebook, we have a group page where we allow others like you to share their stuff, not just our stuff, but share their work. Or it's anything that's entertaining, animation, just have a nice, good conversation about whatever. This is all of our merchandise that we have.
Now, see, you should put that exact narration right along with that video.
Yeah, I was thinking about it actually.
Yeah,
a lot of people kind of say,
especially if you're on like just an audio podcast.
That's what I was going to say.
All you would hear was the music.
You see?
And you need the voiceover.
It's like this. We go on a lot of shows.
Do the voice, I guess. Then
we go on a lot of shows like Indie Bolt, which is a radio program. Okay, their main audience is a worldwide radio audience. Now, yeah, they have a small YouTube presence and whatnot, and it's growing, but their real audience is worldwide radio, and they're listening. So I encourage people when they're making videos for their comics. I love the beat. I was bumping. I was like, don't. Okay, I was down. But you were talking, and what you were saying should have been on the video. Then you could have just sat here and bopped with us. The words are already there. You don't have to try to remember them and say them the same way every time. Edit that into your video, bro.
Try to see if I can square that in there. Yeah.
I mean, that's and then like I say, you go on a show like Indie Volt and they play your video, or Backer Pause, which is on Rob Andersin's Comics News Network. They do a show called Backer Pause, where they show your videos and basically not so much critique them, but they watch them to the point where they have a reason to stop and talk about it. Okay, so they'll start the video and they'll watch and they'll listen, and then they'll stop and say, okay, well, that was cool, but we need to, you could probably do this or that. Or sometimes they'd watch all the way through and it's like, oh, that's an amazing video. You see what I'm saying? But the show is called.
I'm still actually waiting for them to do one of my reviews for Salvation issue 0. They did an actual review for the Nightfall issue 1. They gave it, I guess you could say a 4.5. It got 4s for most of it and 5 for one. I think it was for the artwork. So, yeah, I know them very well. I'm appreciative for just reviewing my comics and giving me the time that they did. And I'm excited to see what the results is for issue 0. But you scroll down, you can go to the rest of the comics that we have, along with the future projects that we also have too. So these are the 3 that we have available. When you click on it, you can actually gives you a little preview of the few pages that I have on there.
And you can get it in PDF form right there for $3. Is that?
Yes, it's all digital. Right now we have them just available for $3. But I'm going to save the little special thing that I have for a little bit of the end time that I have. But yeah, when you go down, you can see a little bit of pages that we have, along with the lettering included.
Nice. I don't want to leave them up here too long because I don't want people to go look themselves, but you know what I'm saying. But I'm looking at this right here, and this is another issue that, of course, basically COVID has changed how we look at things. I'm not a PDF guy.
Yeah. Okay?
I'm not. Obviously, I'm a comic guy. I have my and every, in boxes right here next to me, and I'm a comic guy. I gotta have it in my hand. But in today's world, where there's so many great creators on the other side of the pond and shipping sucks, PDFs are a good thing.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, we like having the PDF right now available because we wanted to have something out there for people. But we do understand the importance of having a physical copy. And that is what we are going to be gearing towards when we're done with issue 1 from Salvation. We're going to do a Kickstarter. And that's what the Kickstarter is all about, just to help us get the printing for all 4 of our comics. And, whatever else we have left, we're going to put that towards the printing for the future comics that we have available, which is the Immortal Story and Brook City. We have some other ones that we're working on as well. It's just it's a 2-man group along with our colorist, John Cruz, who helps with the coloring. But, yeah, we definitely want to get all of these done by the end of the year for sure.
So you got more stuff in it. Yeah,
absolutely.
You got more in the works.
So the Immortal Story is another story that I wrote. This story is another very kind of serious kind of drama story, I guess you could say. This story is about the main character's name is David Morris, and he is the savior of an alien invasion that happens in the near future. But the story really kind of is not about what he did during the alien invasion. It's really about what happens afterwards. Because during an alien invasion, he actually develops the ability to become immortal. So the story is not really per se, as I said, about him saving the world. It's what happens after the fact. So, a lot of people, they always talk about, what could be the positive sides about living immortal. You can't die. You can, experience the world 10 times over. But what is the negative sides? So that's what this story is truly about. It dives into what could be possibly the negative sides about, being immortal. One of the things could probably be that, you can maybe sort of develop depression because you see all the people that you grew up with, you love, maybe married, they get old and they pass on, but you stay the same. But also because he was the savior of an alien invasion, he actually just joins the military. And then he has to also have to go through PTSD because of it. So there's a lot of things in the story that it touches on that's kind of more of a pulls on that emotional string, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's one of the stories that we're super excited about. We can't wait to get that one out to everybody, because when we tell it to people, people really like the concept and the idea. So that's our next story that we kind of want to work on. But the one that we're going to work on, and then right after we're done with issue 1, is Brook City. Brook City, all of our stories is really more of a, guess you could say, in a serious role, or horror themed, or drama. So we wanted to show that we can do other things outside of those kind of, genres. We wanted to do something that's lighthearted, and that's what Brook City is. Brook City is basically a story about.
Read that. He said, if the Boondocks and Family Guy had a love child, this is what Brook City would be.
That's the best way to describe it, because the story is really just an over-the-top comedy, but throughout because it's in chapters. So each chapter is a different part of Brook City that they're in. So in the beginning, they're in the normal Brook City. Brook City is kind of, I would say, like a mashup of Brooklyn and anywhere else, any other city. There's a lot of, but the story is really just all fantasy, because it's involved with a lot of pop culture references. Like the first chapter is very familiar for people that grew up in the 90s, that are fans of Power Rangers per se. They might recognize a lot of things that happens in first chapter. But in all the chapters, we wanted to try to incorporate some kind of lesson, some kind of theme that you learn at the end of the chapter. So that's where the Boondocks part comes in. We kind of wanted to have it where, yeah, we are talking about some crazy stuff and it's just really over the top. But at the end of it, you go, oh, okay, I kind of see where they were going with that. I get it. And that's kind of what we wanted to do. With the characters, really, we didn't know what kind of character design we wanted to do. We kind of just wanted it to be like really funny. And me and my brother, that is me and my brother. We are the characters. I'm on the left and my brother is on the right. The ghost, the entity, which we call Yo G, because he looks like a ghost. So we just figured the characters, they just wanted to call him Yo G. And he's an interesting character, and he can actually transform into different things when they need him to. So the story is it's a fun time, and I can't wait for everybody to see it and have it in their hands, because it was definitely fun putting it together for sure.
Sweet. I'm digging it. It looks awesome. Actually, they all look awesome, but yeah, I kind of have a soft spot in my heart for the ones that are trying to make you laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, because there ain't near enough of them trying to make you laugh anymore. So when I see one, Florida Man, or something like what you're doing here, yeah, I love that people are still thinking about, hey, let's just have fun too.
Exactly. That's exactly what we wanted to do with it, because like I said, we have Nightfall. Nightfall is a story about werewolves, then we have a story about demons. Then we have a story about a guy who has PTSD, and depression. We don't want to just have all sad stuff. We read our stories and you got to cry, we don't want that. We want to just, you also crack a smile and, enjoy what you're reading. A lot of people always ask us, where do we have our superhero stories? A lot of indie comics and creators have that too. And we do have a superhero universe, but we kind of wanted to just save that for the back burner. We wanted to kind of incorporate and take a little different side with all of our stories and start with different themes outside of just superhero stories.
Yeah, I like it. I like all of them. They have that. All of them are just a little off of the superhero thing. I don't know if you noticed, but we even actually, one of the things we're incorporating into CRoM Con from now on is the third destination of where we broadcast to is going to be a different group every month. And this month, we just happened to pick a group that is, art fans community, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, dystopian, post-apocalyptic, and that's the name of the group actually. And they, we are broadcasting live to their group for this con, because I wanted to bump off a little bit, still comic related, but just a little bit off the genre, like what you're doing with
Right.
all these different things. They're not so much superheroes, but they're just a little bit off. So I'm trying to bring in other groups to share the show to that are also just a little bit off. Horror groups, sci-fi groups, stuff like that. So every month we'll be bringing this to a different group live. That's just a little outside of the normal comic genres.
Yeah, that's always good. It's good to have a little bit of everything, in that pot. Superheroes is always very popular and enticing because everybody wants to be one, behind the back of their mind, But there's other genres out there, and I think that's what we kind of wanted to do. We wanted to show something different. These characters are still heroes in a sense, but they're not superheroes. There's superheroes in another way you could say, but still heroes nonetheless. But just something different, and that's what we wanted to do. We have so many other stories, but right now, we kind of taking it one step at a time instead of trying to do so much. So that's why we have the 2 feature projects there, but we also have another one that my brother is actually trying to work on because it's a 2-man group. Like I said, but between the both of us, I wrote the Nightfall story, and my brother, he wrote Salvation, and then I wrote Immortal, and then Brook City we kind of doing together. We kind of wanted to do that story together since it's kind of got our likeness in it, do it together. And that's the fun thing about it, is that the Brook City story it's really not, I wouldn't even say it's a profit, we just doing it because this is something that we kind of thought would be really funny and just something that would entertain us. And that's why we just, why not try it? Let's do it. And that's where we're going with that. Anything that we think is funny, we throw it in there and make it funny.
Dude, I'm looking forward to it now. Like I said, the anything that's gonna get me laughing, I want to read it. I've read some books this year that I never thought I'd probably wouldn't have picked up at any other time, but it was like we need something to laugh about.
Right. Yeah. Especially in 2020. 2020 was rough. It was really rough. But that's why we wanted to do things like that. We just want to do kind of different stories. We still have a lot more that we're working on, but like we said, we know the importance of superhero stories are still the ones that are most eye-catching. So we're really trying. But the thing about it though is that we do want to do it, but the thing in our name is ACE, and we have them as comics, but we also are working on animation, and that's what we kind of gearing towards for our superhero universe. We want that to be our first animated series of and how it all kind of ties into the universe as a whole. So yeah, we do have a lot of things coming up, so just baby steps. We're still a new company and we understand that, and we wanted to just start out where we are right now. But like I said, we also do reviews, and those are other things that we kind of looking forward to doing too, along with having a podcast, because we always have other different topics that we want to talk about. Sometimes we do it on our lives, whether it be on Facebook or Instagram, but I feel like a podcast is more of a consistent thing. So that's why we're kind of seeing what time slot we can do that for. And really, that's just what we're going to be talking about, is everything that has to do with entertainment.
Actually, when it comes to finding a time slot, it's there. I'll be honest with you. Every night there are 5 or more live streams going in my group every night. Okay, there is no time slot. You just go for it, and you entertain the people, and they will watch you.
Yeah, when I say time slot, I mean us. Because I'm the one that doesn't have the kids. My other friends, they have kids, and so we kind of want to make sure that everybody can fit in and be able to be available at a good time where they could still do the podcast, but still be able to take care of their other responsibilities, because family is important.
You buy one of those big gerbil wheels, like the big gigantic ones, and you just put the kids in there and let them run off their energy till they fall asleep.
Yeah, there you go.
because one of them tries to run all the way up, falls down, goes, woo, bam, lands
Put
on
a little padding inside, so that way if they fall, then they, just can get back up and get back on it.
You put those inflatable pool toys all around it, they'll be fine.
There you go.
If anybody that's watching has any questions for Dwayne, by all means, man, drop them in the comments. We'll definitely get to them. That's what we do. Will you? I mean, I
gotta tell you, I didn't want to interrupt because you guys were just on a roll, but I gotta tell you, the cover for Nightfall 1, dude, that cover is dope as it's on point. It's got like a complete balance, like washing right over the whole cover.
Yeah.
And I just love the way that book looks.
I liked it so much I had to make it into a t-shirt. But yeah,
merchandise.
All of our covers, we always try to give you kind of what the overall basis is, what the story is truly about, And with issue 1, there's a lot of kind of mystery to it. So I wanted to do something like a silhouette where, you're not exactly sure if he's a werewolf or not. The story is based on a werewolf. There's a lot of hidden things. But in issue 1, actually, when we talk about hidden things, we throw in a lot of Easter eggs because I like to throw in Easter eggs in my stories. And there's a ton in issue 1. For instance, one of the ones that everybody notices right off the back is that Michael and his girlfriend, they go to the movies. You guys see? Can you see what that is right there? This here is actually a page from Salvation.
That's nice.
And
nice.
Yeah. And if you see right there, the movie, there we go. It says now showing Salvation.
Nice.
So that's one of the Easter eggs that we have. There's a lot of Easter eggs in Brook City as well. With Brook City, for instance, in the beginning of the first chapter, when Showtime is waking up, all of the things that I wrote is in the background. So for instance, Michael's jersey from Nightfall, Michael's Awakening, his jersey is in the back. There's another part where...
let me throw this out there. If you ever want to make a CRoM Con poster and stick it on the wall somewhere, you're walking by, you're more than welcome to do that.
You send me the picture, hey, it'll go on there. You send me the picture, I'll put it up there, probably.
There ain't no pictures. You just do it. You just make a CRoM Con poster. Do it the way you would do it.
Okay, I got you. I'll do it. I'll hold you to it. I'll do that. There's nothing wrong with that, because like I said, I enjoy doing Easter eggs. And the Immortal story in the beginning, where he's waiting for his niece to take her out to go shopping. He's sitting down, and because it's a futuristic story, he's sitting in the car, and he pushes a button, the TV flips open, and the first show that he's watching is Brook City. So I love Easter eggs. I've always done. I've always liked them. So, especially in video games, because I'm a huge...
What's your favorite Easter egg in a video game?
Huh?
What's your favorite Easter egg you've ever found in a video game?
Oh man,
I know what mine is. I'll tell you.
Man, I can't even. I've been playing games since the NES. I can't even think. That's too much.
Look at that. He said he'll get you a channel for your podcast on NSC Live TV. There you go.
Okay.
I will tell you what my favorite Easter egg is Fallout New Vegas. I'm running up to this city, or I'm running up to this town, and it's like burning, and the bad guys have already torn it all up. And I run up, and there's 2 corpses burning, and one's Owen and one's Baru.
Yeah,
Luke's aunt and uncle from Star Wars, right?
Yeah. I know that. I do it. Oh man, now I'm trying to think of something. It's like too many rushing in my brain.
Well, mine isn't so much an Easter egg, but the very first Spider-Man game, not the Atari one, but when they made the 8-bit consoles, the very first Spider-Man game, when I turned it on and I played the tutorial, and it was friggin' Ash giving you all the...
Oh, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
It was he did it, and he just talking mad spit to you the whole time. Man, you suck at this. How'd you ever get these pajamas?
Dwayne, as I tell everybody, 30 minutes just ain't long enough, bro.
Right.
I mean, it really isn't. I want you to say hi to our next guy up because I always introduce everybody to the.
Hello. What's going on, David?
Hey, I saw some of your stuff. It's.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you kind of faded out there for a second, but want to try again?
Hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw some of your stuff. That's really awesome stuff. I love your books, man. They look great.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I like your background. Yours is a lot more entertaining than mine.
Don't worry.
You got werewolves. We got witches. So.
Okay. I have witches in the werewolf story.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We might have werewolves in the witches story.
There you go. See, full story.
My last book, Return to Cinder, did have a werewolf in it. So.
I'm not gonna lie. There's been a lot of collaboration that's happened because people meeting at CRoM Con. So
yeah, I'm all for that too.
You never know what can go on around here.
Watching this, you can always hit me up, and we can see what we can do in between times when I'm not doing the artwork or writing.
Hey, Dwayne, it was good meeting you. We will definitely get you out on a Monday Madness, and we'll make sure that you are in the know when we have the sign up sheet for the next CRoM Con for sure.
All right. Thanks again.
Appreciate you, man.
See you later. Nice meeting you, man.
See you later.
Take care.
Will, take it easy.
All right.
Peace. David, Summey.
Hey, what's up?
And you got friends in the green room, man. You want to just bring them out?
Bring them on.
All right, let's do this. What's happening? Welcome to CRoM Con.
Yeah, we got this. Right.
Javier!
It's the crew.
Yes.
Javier, Vince.
All right, let me get the banner up in the right place here. I know I got it here somewhere. I only got like 500 banners over here. I didn't see it though. I know it's here somewhere. This list is long. Geez. There it is. I knew it was there somewhere. What do we got here?
It's all the pictures. That's Javier's cover for us.
Ah. All right.
Nice.
Now, I'll give you the option. If you want to share the screen, I could throw it up so you have control of what you're talking about. Or
go ahead and share. Yeah, let's go ahead and.
All right, let me find it. Well, go ahead and introduce you guys first, and then we'll bring you up, talk about that. Look at. Hold on. Do that again, Javier. Do that again. Let's see it. What was it? Come on. You guys gonna let Phil color that one?
I'll get my crayons.
I said Phil, not Will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go. Nice. Very
His
nice.
speaker's not on. Nice.
My bad. There you go. No, I'm on. There you go. Thank you, guys. Gentlemen, thank you for having me. Pleasure. Hi, David. Hi,
Hey.
CRoM Con. Will. Hi, Vincent. Good evening, gentlemen.
Welcome to CRoM Con, my friend. How you doing?
I am fantastic. I just watched like 7 episodes of Cobra Kai. Dude, I'm pumped. I'm ready to draw.
You know, I still haven't got on board yet. I mean, it's not that I don't want to. It's in the queue, but I haven't been able to start yet because there's so much. I just don't have the time like I used to. I
just re-binged the first 2 seasons. I finished last night, ready for as soon as this is done tonight. I'm on there watching them.
I got 2 episodes in, and I had to jump on the Kickstarter.
Is this one of yours?
Yeah, he is the video guy.
All right. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How you doing?
Hey, we're wonderful. Welcome to CRoM Con. David, go ahead and give us a rundown on your whole crew, man.
I'll let them all introduce themselves, but I'm David Summey. I'm the I guess the head guy here, but all this is my crew, and I'm not the head. I listen to these guys more than I listen to myself, so y'all want to just introduce yourself? Start with Vince and work your way over. Go ahead. Oh, can't hear you, Vince. Okay, that's Vince. Let's go to Javier. Go ahead, Javier.
Is your mic working, Vince?
I don't think his mic is working.
We can't hear you. We love you though. We love you though. Can you hear us? David, tell us about Vincent.
Well, okay. Since he can't talk, I can say a lot of stuff. No, Vince is he's the writer, and also he's the co-artist. When I say he's co-artist, he's drawing flashback scenes. So it's kind of cool. He's an artist himself. He's worked with Marvel doing shadow inking for Marvel. He's done several other things. We've been friends for years, and he helped me out with my first Kickstarter. Right before we were doing Return to Cinder, I was kind of slowing down, and he jumped in and says, hey, it looks like you need a little help. And he came in with a lot of support. So now we decided to move on forward together. And then for some reason, I draw all these people and for helping. I mean, you got, Javier, you got McDavid there. They just jump in, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world because they're awesome teammates. Javier's done a cover for me for Return to Cinder, and he's done 2 covers for Naked Cannibal Campers, and a Naughty and Nice we call them. And then McDavid is doing videos. We call them motion covers. All of our covers, and anything he wants to get his hands on, he starts making video, making it move and making it grow, and doing all kinds of magical things. So I feel like I'm the luckiest man in the world because it seems like everybody I meet, I just wants to be a part of it. Wants to be a part of a good team. And go ahead and talk, guys. Y'all say something.
He said, right.
Except for Chris.
What's the name of the book?
Maybe get an ear. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, as he was introducing, I'm Varel McDavid. I help with all the video. I made a video for the opening of this whole Kickstarter, and also I'm doing motion covers for pretty much anything he sent me. I'll pretty much work on. And the book they're talking about right now, as for that question, is Naked Cannibal Campers. You could use your imagination.
Yeah. What did it? Go ahead, Javier.
It's giving me a hard time trying to get to that one. It's giving me Return to Sender, but they don't want to show me the Naked Cannibal Campers. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah, because it's. How old are you? Are you of age?
Yeah, I'm not getting it, man. I don't know. I'm
Naked Cannibal Camper comics.
Ask and you shall receive, gentlemen. That's all you have to do. There you go.
Go to the group, not the page. Oh.
Those are not what you think they are.
Nope.
That's art, my friends. Art. What you got over there, David? Well, now, zombies.
No, that's the witch when she's evil.
Well, she's looking pretty zombie.
Yeah. They get a little mean. So, if you got that pulled up, did you download that or did you put the video on the group, David?
Let's see here. The video's not on the group just yet. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, because that way he can probably play it. Would you want to play the Kickstarter video?
Well, I can.
Actually, I'm having a hard time getting it up. So if one of you can get it up, I'll share your screen so you can play it. I'm having a hard time getting it to even pull up for me. I don't know why. My computer.
Yeah, I'm on my wife's laptop, so nothing's on there.
Well, shoot me the link in the private. Shoot me the link in the private.
I'll keep talking. That's what I'm good about. What this is that we were approached all of a sudden we did our first comic book, Return to Sender, that's doing really well all over Florida. We're in about eight comic book stores all over Florida, and the Kickstarter did really well, and we got approached by a movie company wanting us to do a movie of their comic book, or a comic book of their movie, and it was called Naked Cannibal Campers. It's a B-rated, low-budget movie, but it had potential. Me and Vince looked at it and thought that, okay, this is a fun movie, kind of drinking movie, one of the old B movies you see it late at night. And so we started we watched it, and we said this had potential. So we got a hold of the directors, and we sat down and we made a deal, and here we are. We're going for it. We're going to take a low budget movie and put as high budget as we can, and to create this, but keep it the horror campiness to it, but not so much. It's going to have a great story to it. It's going to have some laughs. It's going to have some horror. It definitely it's definitely a unique book. I heard you say on your last one you like to laugh. It's going to have you laughing. It's going to have you crying maybe. It'll have you surprised. But it's going to be a fun book. I mean, you probably need a drink when you read it.
Well, I'm already prepping.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Would you do me a favor and drop that link in my inbox over there on Facebook so that I can share that up? Because, like I said, it's like Google is not being nice to me about trying to find that book. I put that exact link in, and it said, "Oh, I ain't showing you nothing."
Let me see here.
In the private chat or in my inbox somewhere, so I can share the screen up there, and we can all look at it.
Let's see if I can.
He's doing it. Okay. So.
Oh, you got it. All right, there we go. Yeah.
Well, anyway, so there we go.
All right.
Turn it up.
This will be my first time seeing it. Let's see.
There's no volume.
No volume. Let me see here.
There's a little checkbox off to the left that you have to click, otherwise the audio won't come through.
It's hiding from me, huh?
Left at the bottom, the little microphone, the little speaker-looking thing.
Gotcha.
And start it over, and we will.
Yeah. Press play.
Crank it up.
No. I have no volume.
In a world where magic exists.
Do it. Narrate it. I don't care.
3 women from different parts of the world unite. What unites them, you say? Besides boobs, magic. That's all I got, guys. I mean, should we continue?
No, okay, so
David, take it away.
It's this is about it's in Florida. The story's based in Florida, and there's rumors and myths about witches in the woods and campers go camping and they they could just disappear. No one knows what happened to them. What it is, they go camping in the wrong areas. The witches find them and they eat them, and they do it naked, but they do it to stay young, and also they're trying to bring back the leader of their cult. So we're adding a lot of more new story to it than the movie. The movie didn't have all this, but we're having background story. We're going to have other characters. We're just going to bring in some really cool ideas, and it's going to be, as you see, we're going to make it still spooky, but like I said, we're going to make it fun and enjoyable, and it's going to be it's just a pretty cool story, and people wind up different ways. how many different ways can someone die? But we're gonna find it. Vince had to leave.
How many different ways can somebody die in a forest? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's it.
Let me count the ways.
Yeah.
I can think of 4 or 5, just 4 or 5 that involve trees.
So yeah, we got all kinds of fun Kickstarter. I mean, down to we even got handmade dominoes.
Oh, hold up.
I want one of those.
Nice.
A whole set of dominoes, naked cannibal camper dominoes. I mean, we're getting ready for magnet. We got stickers. We got mini prints. All kinds of mini prints ready to go.
Stop at the prints.
I mean, we're loading up.
Stop at the prints. I'm gonna throw out a fan's opinion of prints. Okay, make them comic sized so they fit in the bag of the board. Otherwise, they get thrown in a box and we never look at them again.
That's what we got. We got small prints, Javier's small prints.
If they're too small, they get thrown in a box. That's what I'm saying. If you make them the same size as a backing board in a comic bag, then we slide them right into one of those bags and they go in our drawer with the comic.
That's a very good point.
That's exactly. We put that right in the back.
If they're small, we just throw them in a box or something and we forget about them. But if they're that same size, we slide them right in the bag with the book.
We're making all kinds of things. We're also for stretch goals. We are doing tarot cards right now, but they're going to be small. They're going to be almost like a deck of cards. They're not going to be giant ones like regular deck of cards. But each stretch goal we're going to get a tarot card with the characters on it and doing different poses, different things. We also got a big news, and I'm going to break it right here. Is Tim Vigil? You know who Tim Vigil, Faust? He is going to do a cover for us. He believes in us, so we're setting it as a stretch goal, though. So we got to hit a certain amount of number. Once we do that, he's doing a cover. He's right now working on a sketch for it, and we're going to put it up on the Kickstarter and everywhere else. See the sketch for it. Then he is going to do 11 by 17 cover when we hit $15,000. So he thinks we can do it, and so he's going to help promote it, and we're all for it. I mean, we look, I was a big fan when I was younger, and now I get to actually sit and talk, or I get to talk with him, texting back and forth. So it's awesome.
I stand corrected. Some people hang all their prints regardless of size. I don't have any room left on my walls. I got books and original art. I don't have room.
I told you, knock down a wall and build out. Come on.
I got them right here to hanging right there.
I bought a portfolio for prints because I don't have room for them on my walls anymore.
I got one.
You see? It's like
all that means is you have to switch out.
But
the wall is all original art and
this is the original.
There you go. There you go. See?
This is all the original stuff for the comic book.
See, now that would be on my wall. That would be all over the wall. That's what I use.
I'll show you one cool one. Here's page 10 and 11. This is my favorite.
Hold on. Dang, they're hungry, ain't they? See, now this, okay, I was pretty young the first time I saw Night of the Living Dead, and watching somebody eat intestines was not my thing. But
watching naked somebody's eating intestines, that's not too bad.
I'm just saying, thank you. It's like that genre. It took a long time for me to get with that genre. Okay, I just wasn't, it didn't do anything for me. But as time went on and I grew older and they came up with something funny like, Walking Dead. Now I'm down with zombies eating people. I don't know what it is. I was young and actually scared probably by Night of the Living Dead, as opposed to old and amused by Walking Dead.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I was pretty young when I was.
Walking Dead is more how they can survive.
Yeah, I was probably too young to watch
it's
that.
More or less how they can survive. Right.
Tarot cards and
so
dominoes.
We're
oh, look at that. He said either way, it doesn't matter. He's backing it. But what else do you got?
What else do we got? Well, we're gonna stretch goals. Well, the stretch goals we're gonna do actually come up with Naked Cannibal Campers tents, a 2-man tent with blood on it, and it's gonna be a stretch goal. We're gonna add that to one of the. As soon as we hit a certain level, we're gonna add that to it. It's gonna have printed Naked Cannibal Campers with tents. We're gonna have stickers. We're gonna have magnets. We're gonna have what is it? We're gonna have some extra like digital comic books given away and everything like that. Of course, we're selling original artwork. That 2-page spread is for sale. Plus, that is also we had a guy do a painting of it, so it's digital painting, but it's going to be a wrapped cover all the way around. So so if you buy the one, that's going to be a tier of the wrap cover, and then 2, if you buy the original artwork, it's going to come with print of the interior coloring, 2 11 by 17, and also print of the painted wrap cover, and it's going to come with the comic book, and of course the original comic book, and a lot of other fun stuff. We're going to have motion covers given away from McDavid there. He's going to do that. We're thinking about if it keeps going and gets bigger, we're thinking about adding another 4 more pages. We got another writer who wants to be involved, and we might have Javier do 4 pages extra. So we're gonna keep going, and it's gonna get bigger and bigger. Right now it's 32 pages, so we're not stopping until it's done. Let's put it that way.
Well, I just want.
But it's really cool. Like I said, we're gonna have, the actresses are gonna be involved. We got one of the actresses actually that's a really good artist. She's doing a pinup. So I don't have that with us. She just sent it to us. We got to get the high definition version. And also, when we're going to have the actors do some of the signings on the covers for us. We're going to have one tier where we're going to have the actors actually signing the covers. We're going to have some really cool stuff. It's going to be unique, I think. This is our second Kickstarter, but we're going big. We're not going small.
You were watching Matt Knowles and Steph Hey, Tales of Nocturnia, they knocked that campaign out of the park last year. They were everywhere. They did every masks, leatherwork, woodwork, all kinds of stuff. They made people interested in what they were doing and fulfilled an awesome campaign. It's amazing. I'm looking at what you're doing, and you talk about tarot cards and stuff. And in the madness, we're trying to put together a tarot deck from all different Kickstarters. Not one Kickstarter, but one card from each Kickstarter, maybe in 2021. And we already have the back created, what the back will look like. But it'd be a comic-related madness deck. And on the other side would be your character represented as one of the tarot cards.
Right, and that's what we're doing, actually. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing with we have each character representing something. And we're changing it, of course. We're adding, if it's the Fool, it's the Blood Fool. We're adding a little bit of this, a little fun to it.
Well, I'm just letting you know, if you want to throw in a comic-related madness card and put your main character on it, some of the cards have already been claimed. Actually, I think Samuel is in the green room right now. I'm pretty sure he claimed one already. It was kind of like his idea, more or less. So we're just.
I love to do that. That'd be fun.
Cool. We will get with you then for sure. Because like I said, if I could get a whole deck together this year out of different crowdfunders, and I end up with a whole deck of comic-related madness tarot cards, that would be like bucket list stuff. You know?
Yeah, we never expected to do this either. I mean, I'll be back. He's trying hard.
I know.
We've got a lot more to say.
We love you, bro.
What's funny is I've been one of Hervey's Facebook stalkers for years, and I actually have an old sketch cover he did sitting next to me.
No kidding. Let me see it. I want to see it, man. Let's see it. See if I can remember it. Oh my God, yes, my Project Overwatch.
I'm like, you better remember that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you. Gosh, that's Athena. That's one of my favorite characters. She's a lesbian, Wonder Woman.
That's
ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's
No,
cool.
exactly.
I did that to somebody today too, Will. Gary Parkin from overseas posted something in the group today, and I was like, I got a sketch cover of his on the wall. So I posted it, and he was like, wow, I haven't seen that in forever. What was that, like 2013? I was like, no, 2014, Same thing. It just blew him away that, somebody showing him one of his pieces from that long ago.
It does. That's really cool. Thank you, Will. I appreciate your support, man.
Yeah. Martin gave me that about 3.5, 4 years ago.
There you go.
Nice. Yeah, I've been a fan of Javier since I met him. I mean, I'm going to be able to get. He did the cover for Return to Sender, one of the covers, and I get to pick up the original whenever I see him next, and of his artwork. So I'll have one on the wall myself. So yeah, he is unbelievable. I really appreciate him actually being involved. It's really cool.
Yeah, it truly gives me an opportunity to draw stuff that I normally don't draw. It stretches me artistically, and you can't go wrong with drawing chicks, women. Excuse me, drawing women. Yeah.
And I'm like you. I mean, I've always been a comic book artist. Never doing. And my first comic book was a Western, Supernatural, and then now this one here is witches and warlocks and from eating people to magical powers. So I'm trying to put a comic book flair on the the part of the comic book. I don't want it to be just like a regular horror story. I want it to be a comic book flair to it. From them. This one ain't finished, but I'll show you like an example. This ain't finished, but that ain't it either. Shoot, where'd it go? It's everywhere. But I try to put a spin on the. There it is. It actually is not where it's supposed to be. I try to put a spin on them jumping in like a superhero. Even though they're
right.
But and they're in the woods. And they're doing these magical fights and. So it's kind of a unique story and a unique idea. Oh, let me do that.
I was late.
That's okay. I was trying to put them jumping in. I'm trying to get the thing right here. But, they were fighting. He was fighting. The warlock was fighting one of them, and the other two jumped in. So here they are fighting in cut-off jeans, So it's kind of unique. It's going to be gory but comic bookish to comedy to fun things, but it's a challenge. It's not every stuff. Like my first book, I'm drawing something from the 1800s. I'm having to research everything I do. It's kind of fun, and just like this right here, it's fun. Luckily, it's in Florida, so I kind of know the land a little. You being a Floridian, it's a Florida-based story. So it's pretty cool. And what I, like when I gave Javier the told him to draw a cover, I kind of wanted his cover to be his style. And then I got Amanda. Amanda's doing. I don't have any prints of them yet because she just sent them to me. But I got Amanda doing covers, and she's doing it in her style. One of the directors of the movie said that he likes Amanda's work because it looks like Disney gone bad. So and then and I don't try to tell them too much. I say, here's the character, here's what they kind of look like. Do it in your style.
You let
that's what I want. I don't want to nitpick. I want them to be in their style. And then just like McDavid, I mean, I give him something and he just does something. We might say a word here and there, but he does it what he wants to do, and it makes everybody part of the story, part of the group, part of the creation of it. So that's what I try to do.
David, 30 minutes ain't long enough, bro. Not this Monday, because after the weekend I'm gonna be wiped. But next Monday, I want you to get Vincent out. We'll test up his equipment ahead of time. We'll do this again. I'll get all you guys out here, and we'll get Vincent out here where he can actually be heard.
All right.
Yeah.
Kickstarter starts November 2nd, people. Tomorrow.
Yeah, November 2nd. It starts November 2nd. We're going to go live. We're going to go live around 7 o'clock.
Hold on. Did I say November?
Yeah.
I said November 2th. January 2nd. Sorry.
January 2nd. There you go. That makes more sense.
Yeah. I follow
right. So,
January 2nd. So just what? Tomorrow.
Not this Monday, but next Monday. I'll have you out on Monday Madness. And right as the lull starts, that mid-campaign lull,
yeah.
We'll get you out and talk about it again.
There we go.
Awesome.
We'll keep it
cool.
All right. That's awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, go ahead and click on it. If you haven't click on it, just wait for it to come live. So
watching it. Oh yeah, and you got Phil Leon doing a little something on there too, right?
Yeah. He's doing a crystal ball cover. We got a crystal ball cover where I actually draw your face on the crystal ball, and we have it printed up one of one, so you can have your own face or whoever's face you want and their own comic book. So it's a specialty comic book, so it's really cool.
Sort of like that. Oh,
I can't.
Oh,
something like that.
Oh.
Just like that.
Who's that guy?
Just like that.
But yeah, there's two of those.
Yeah.
Speaking of that,
definitely want to have you guys back out when we can get Phil out here, when we can get Vincent out here, when we get your whole team out here.
All right. That's the crystal ball cover.
Cool.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Phil's my co-host, man. He's my co-host in this, but he's having the computer issues right now. So
yeah.
We don't know if he's alive or not.
No, I'm trying to get a hold of him too.
Yeah, he had that hard drive issue. It's bad. But yeah, we're definitely next Monday, not this Monday, but next Monday, we'll have you guys out for the madness.
All right.
I'm looking forward to it.
looking forward to that.
Y'all have a good night, man. It's nice meeting y'all.
Good night, gentlemen. And hail CRoM.
Hail CRoM.
High in his mountain.
Yes. He gets it.
Of course. Robert E. Howard, my guys. See ya.
Thanks a lot, bud.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey everybody, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors and helpers this time around. We got NSCLiveTV.com, the Cheers to Comics podcast, Earth Station 1 podcast, the Shop Top podcast, the Creators Outlet podcast, Evolution Comics Facebook page, Indie Volt Radio, IndieVolt.com, the radio station, the YouTube channel, BuyMeToys.com. Love you all. Thanks so much. Peace. First time I ever made a commercial, guys. We're gonna do it.
Commercials and everything. Wow. Friggin' stepping up in the world now. Oh my God.
What can I tell you? Hold up. Vincent.
Hello.
Vincent, we are gonna have your whole team come out next Monday.
Okay.
Do this again. Because we want to talk to you too, bro.
Well, I don't know what happened.
It's all right. But I talked to David. We're gonna have your whole team out. Not this Monday, but next Monday in the middle of the campaign. We'll get you guys all out here. With Phil too. With my boy Phil. We'll get all you guys out here and talk about it for more than just a half hour. You know. All right. Thanks a lot, Vincent. Nice meeting you, man. Now, two of these guys I know. One of these guys is new, so I'm gonna let him introduce himself first. Mr.
It's me. It's me. I'm the new guy.
Yes, you're the new guy.
Oh, okay, great. I'm Onrie Kompan. I'm the writer, creator, and producer of Yisun Shin, and my book's about a Korean admiral that battled the Japanese in the 1500s. He was outnumbered 10-1, and he beat them 23 times in a row without losing. And I'm also a newfound comic book dealer, so I do live sales now. And what's going on, Mike? Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us tonight. Nice to meet you. And 5 times a week, I go on social media and I sell comics. I sell everything. Before that, I was going to conventions and selling Yisun Shin. So hopefully once conventions come back later this year, I'll be back out there slinging comics again. So until then, I'm out there doing the live sales thing, and I'm going to keep doing it. I've developed a real love for it.
Well, I've seen you doing. I've watched a couple of your shows, okay, and it was like, man, that guy. We need to get this guy in the marketplace. We do have a group for that. You know, it's like we do have a group that's just straight for direct sales and auctions and waffles, whatever you want to do. You know, and that's the comic related marketplace. And
waffles.
so, oh yeah, we want all you guys to have a place to go rock out at too. You know. Danny Morales does the collective show there. You're doing your show there. Vincent Morales doing his show there. We're getting a lot of people that are doing their auction shows in the marketplace now. So
anytime, anything to get more comics into people's hands, whether I made them or not, doesn't matter. In fact, I'm starting to really love promoting other creators' works, especially creators who are in similar situations to me. Because, you know, I got rejected by every publisher out there, and I had to make it on my own. I had to basically work convention floors for the last 10 years in order to move Yisun Shin, and I've hand sold over 100,000 copies of a book that I put out there. And Trish, what's going on? Good to see you. Trish is a very good friend of ours, and you know. My friend and my business partner, Kevin Hines, we started a collection company a couple years ago, and we initially decided to, you know, take our love for selling comics and bring it to a new level. Well, once COVID hit, you know, I couldn't go to conventions anymore, and for like 7 months, I was having a really hard time, you know, because I can't not be in front of people. Like my energy to create stuff comes from engaging with people. And it's knowing that I'm like out there doing something and, you know, giving back to other creators who are in similar situations to me. You know, anybody who's following this and watches this stuff, you guys all know being a creator-owned personality is a lot of work. And there's not a lot of gratitude for it. There's not a lot of visibility. You know, it's really hard to kind of like get yourself seen and out there. And, you know, being a dealer has really given me a lot of perspective and opportunity to help those creators get their work out there as well. And it's teaching me a lot of stuff too, which I know is going to help me tremendously in the future. And I get to do it with my best friend. That's the best part about it. Kevin Hines and I, we've been slinging comics for a long time, and he's the man. And, you know, like we're actually going to be doing our own comic together this year. And I got a bunch of other comics in the pipeline. So it's a fun time. There's no better time to be in comics than today. This is the rockinest time to be in comics.
I'm not going to argue with you there at all because I'm having a blast.
Yeah, man, and thank you for the opportunity. I mean, like, you know, last year, January 1st, what was I doing? I was hanging out doing nothing. This year, I'm packaging up books, getting books out to our wonderful customers, and I'm sitting here talking with you guys. And there's other creators here too who I want to get to know as well. You know, I've been yapping on for the last 5 minutes. So
but see, like WSQ here and Warren Brown, they're like Madness regulars. Okay, they post their stuff in the Madness. They're out on CRoM Con monthly. You know, everybody knows them.
And you have to understand, Warren's the guy with the artistic talent. He's the guy who makes the pictures that everyone likes.
Yeah,
he does really wonderful stuff. Warren made a bright moment my year last year when he sent me a little piece of fan art based on 47 Furious Tales, and I kind of melted a little bit at that. That was really pretty cool.
I actually have that one pulled up.
This
too.
comment right here, I want to talk about this. Brad Arney lives. I live in a very small town, and I recently met Brad, who also lives in a very small town right here. But we haven't actually met. We met online. We're going to meet at some point. But there he is saying he picked up everything that you offered at a con last year. You know, so I mean, you already have a fan base in the madness.
Yeah, a lot of people have read my or picked up my books. The question is, sometimes I wonder if they read them, you know, and it's really wonderful.
Read it, Brad.
Brad, thank you. Everybody buys comics, but do they actually read them? But you know what's funny is, you know, being a dealer now, I'm buying up lots, you know, and I bought up a collection last week, and I ended up buying back my own comics. As weird as that.
Hey, backstock.
Backstock, overstock. Put that in the
other thing I wanted to ask you though, because I saw your post about Amazon ordering some comics.
Yeah, they've ordered lots of comics from us over the years, but we recently had a nice we had a nice spike. I mean, I don't know why. It's just it's nice. I'm certainly not gonna knock it in any way. We recently, you know, getting back out there and live sales is really a big step for helping us get that visibility that we had at conventions. And to be honest with you, I think that there's a lot of ways to look at it. When you're in any type of publishing, you want to get your stuff out there to as many people as possible. And I was just speaking with my friend who works over at Scout, and he was telling me that, you know, their sales for 2020 just like skyrocketed compared to where their online sales skyrocketed and surpassed what they were doing at conventions, and their direct market presence increased dramatically. Suddenly you can go to your local comic shop and you could find Scout comics. You know, that wasn't possible back in 2019 and prior to that. And so I think that everything that happened in 2020, as difficult as a year as it was, it really forced us, those of us who were really taking this this business seriously, this industry seriously, to evolve. You know, and some of us had cement blocks put on our feet, like me, and we had to learn how to run it, not walk, but how to run in these cement blocks. And that's, you know, I think a very difficult thing to, you know, kind of to understand at first, because especially with all the things, all the, you know, outside things that are going on beyond comics, it can really bear down on you when you're thinking that the world is going to end. But when you realize, hey, I'm still alive and everything's still okay, and I can keep going with what I'm doing, it gives you kind of like a renounced sense of purpose. And when you know that you're helping people too, that's really a special thing, because not a lot of people can travel right now. So what are they doing? They're hanging out at home. They're spending more time buying up comics that they're missing from their collections. And there's a real mystique to live sales, because nobody knows what I'm going to pull out next, and you don't know what I'm going to sell it for. And I'm always going to try and be competitive on that front too. Rob, what's up, brother?
All I heard is you're going to pull it out. And I came in at the wrong time. I just heard first thing in the room, I'm going to pull it out. I'm like, whoa, I just got out of the fetish.
You know, honestly, we keep it at a PG-13 level. So I can only just show
Andersin.
I just show the tip. That's it.
Whoa.
I'm just letting y'all know right now. I have to. Yeah, you guys go ahead. I have to. Yeah, you guys go ahead.
There's no more talk about private parts here. You know. Sorry about anything.
Let's go ahead and let William and Warren and Rob all introduce themselves. Go around. William, why don't you go ahead and kick it off?
Oh, I guess I'm the old man at the table. W.S. Quinton, a.k.a. Sam Quinton. I am the founder and owner of Sinopa Publishing right here in Frankfort, Kentucky, creating role-playing games and comic books and loving every minute of it. Our first comic book title, 47 Furious Tales, issue 2 funded, and we're hoping to be shipping that out here in a couple of weeks. And then we'll be moving on to a couple other projects we've got this year. Really excited to say that online sales have been pretty good for us this year too. We had big conversation back in the summer where we sold out of our first press run from 47 Furious Tales issue 1, and everyone's like, well, maybe short a couple hundred and get a reprint. And I ordered 3,000 copies because I'm like, no, we're just gonna go big or go home. And so, you know, moving a couple hundred of those right off the bat was a real big relief. So every box I get to close down and set aside, I'm loving it. So Madness has been really good to us. We sold our last 80 copies of issue 1 through the Madness in the comic shops who are there. Our friends at the Collective, at Gotham Underground, and at the Hive Comics, they've moved a great deal. Actually, I talked to Danny right before Christmas. No, that's not right. Right before Thanksgiving. And they had already sold out of the last shipment of 47 Furious Tales issue 1 second printing that we had sent them. So that's 3 shipments they've sold out of so far. So yeah, gotta love that. Really looking forward to sending down issue 2, and so hoping that I can convince them to take a full 100 copies of it in one go rather than breaking it up into little shipments. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, it's been great. We had really fantastic support from, you know, Rob and from Warren, from Will, of course, from everyone in the Madness, and it's good to meet Onrie right now, man. It's pretty cool. Love the whole thought of another guy doing comics based on, you know, Asian history, which is
dude. I want to read your book, 47 Furious Tales. Please reach out to me afterwards. I want to stock your dude. I've seen that. I want to stock that. Hit me up. Get another box out.
How many you
I'm
want?
buying your book. I'm selling your book, brother.
How many you want, man? I've got 10. And
okay. I'll buy them from you at wholesale. Just hit me up. We'll work out the details. Okay. I want your book, and I'm going to present it, and we're going to move some product.
Cool. I'll tell you what. Give me about it's probably gonna be about 2.5 weeks. We'll get the copies in from issue 2. We'll work out and get a bundle together. Send me a friend request on Facebook. We'll get you all hooked up.
I'll take care of it right now, my man. I'm gonna send you a friend request while everybody else is introducing themselves.
While they're talking, Warren, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
And Warren's the man.
My name is Warren Brown, and I am the writer and artist and creator of The Adventures of Sig and Joe, which is going to be a webtoon. Hopefully here in the next, by the end of this month, I'll be able to launch.
Michael, are you listening? Dreaded Dinosaur, are you listening? Webtoon, he said. He said web.
I need to get on the webtoon show. I've been watching that. I was like, what a perfect time for a webtoon show. Yes. I've been drawn since I was a little kid. I started getting into comics. Actually, I picked it up as part of my collection now. In the 5th grade, this series right here was released. All right. Was released in Nintendo Power magazine in like different like manga size, like 7-page installments. I remember this right here. I grew up in a really small town in southern Washington, and that right there was my first real experience with comic books, and it just blew my mind. I was like, oh, I love this. I started drawing all the characters. I started drawing Yoshi like fanatically, and I was drawing him in like different outfits, and that right there just led me to start looking for comics in the big town next to ours, and I found Joe Mad, and from then it was just the rabbit hole of, you know, Frank Miller, Garth Ennis, all the way to across the seas to now where I'm big into manga, My Hero, One Punch, Berserk, 47. Blade of the
You can say it. You can say it.
Oh, I love. Yeah, I've read one of 47 Tales, and it is beautiful. I can't wait for issue 3.
Yes.
Also,
yeah,
is that issue 3 this year too?
Yeah, issue 3 will be this year. We're going to get it all done in advance this time so that we don't end up tripping over our release schedule.
It's amazing.
But yeah, I've been doing some. I did some fan art for Sam. I did some fan art for the Cthulhu Invades Oz, and Travis liked it so much that they put it in the pinup section of the book. So that would be my first published piece ever. So I was very happy about that. And yeah, I've just been trying to learn how to make comic books. I started off and I was just like, I'm going to make this happen. And I just kept on driving away at it until now I'm getting ready to release with, you know, the first couple chapters of my webtoon, and I'll have the first 80 pages of my book done probably by June. So I'm extremely happy with how everything's going.
That's awesome. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be fantastic.
I'm going to send you a free PDF of it too. I'm going to send everybody who wants a free PDF that I know from the madness and everything. I'm sending it out. Yeah.
And our latest addition to the panel here, the comics devil, the advocate himself, Mr. Rob Andersin.
You got to say that with that undertone of respect too, because Rob commands respect. Yeah, in the indie community, there's just no doubt about it.
I appreciate that.
I'm one of those really weird guys who, when he's sitting here live streaming from his car, I'm actually watching it. So
yeah, and you know, it's like Rob's one of them people that, even though like we butt heads every now and then, he's always encouraged me to keep doing what I'm doing. No matter what, we're bumping heads about, it's like it's never been about not advocating for comics.
I'll tell you one thing that gets me about Rob too, and this is straight from the heart, man. No matter how hard things get, how tough things get, Rob keeps working harder and keeps pushing harder, and that comes through every time you hear him talk live, every time he's talking about sharing knowledge with people, it comes through really, really loud and clear. So I didn't mean to step on you, Rob. I just had to put that out there, man. Love what you're doing.
We're going to give him the floor now.
I thought that was a better intro than I would do. I mean,
I want to have you do my intro next.
I should be bowing now. I'm done. Thank you. I've been on this show. I appreciate being here, and I'm out.
He does have new projects, though. I mean, yeah. Rob has been really busy. He's been putting together some pretty awesome stuff. And I shared on the banner there the most recent thing that's coming up. And this one's amazing. This one's amazing for sure. Hi, Jack.
Yeah, Jax is running around. He just got home, so he's all excited. What Pops is talking about is there's this thing called Creators Connection that happens at New York Comic Con every year, except for this year, sadly, where different creators have gotten together and talked about creating comics. Except Buddy tasked us with actually making an anthology. 144 pages later, in a year of meeting up, we have a free comic book for everyone. That's right, free. 144 pages. I have a book in it called a story in it called The Creative Journey, where you get to see my literal creator journey. And I don't do anything without going to that connection. There is no advocate, because Buddy inspired the advocate. Buddy inspired comicbookadvocates.com to be born. Buddy is the inspiration. He is a role model to me. He is someone, he's been a mentor, definitely. And he's someone I look up to. Buddy Scalera is a big, huge advocate. Like, when people started calling me the advocate, I was like, but have you met Buddy? Like, that was the first thing I thought. Like, how do I step in those types of shoes versus that? But I am a proud advocate. I've advocated for a lot of people, including some of the gentlemen in the room today. And I push for Pops' brand of how he does things. And I've always been someone, and Pops knows this, we don't always agree on the method, but we agree on the fact that the creators deserve the spotlight. And we do what we can to give them the spotlight. We do it in our own unique ways. Of course, I create books about fetish monsters and more. I help market the book Cat Dad and Supermom from Bobby Gregory, who is now part of Scout Comics, is in previews right now. And I love comics. I do. Everything I do is from the passion of loving comics, and it's about supporting a community that can rise together. And this year, I think we did that. We rose. We proved that we were essential workers, as we never put our pencils down, and we continued. There are articles coming out now where they're examining, like, how did these creators who got cut off because Hollywood stopped and they all stopped producing? We're releasing books. We're releasing them for free. We're selling out. We got Pops' Madness that came out of this year, and I've given him credit. He's one of the few people who started at the beginning of the year and ended at the beginning of the year still giving content. So many people tried to. He's one of the few. Onrie has upped his game recently with the stuff he's doing, with the meeting together with all the different creators. I'm constantly impressed by that, what Henri's doing over there. And it's all about, everyone in this room is a hustler. Everyone in this room is out there trying to make the industry better, and that's all we can do, is because we all love comics. I don't think anyone in this room hates comics. And we're about making the industry better. We're about growing it and seeing the world as through the eyes of creators. That's the awesome thing about comics, right, guys? We all see through another creator's eyes. We get history lessons. We get taught morals with farts. We get even shown into the fetish underground in a way that's very adult and adult in the way of thinking, not in content. It's not just something slutty and out there. It actually makes you think about people with fetishes. You can do that in the pages of comics, especially in the independent market versus the mainstream market, because we don't worry about shareholders. We only worry about the people buying the books, our fans. And even this year, Pops is actually part of it right now. The Independent Creator Awards, ICA, going on right now. This year, it's all fans' choice. It will be the fans picking the winners 100% of the time, aside from a few awards that are given by Geek Insider, Indie Vault. And if Pops wants with the madness, I'll give him even the chance to give an award he thinks that we're not covering, and he can give it out. Because this is about rising together. It's always about rising together. And if anyone's trying to kick someone else's feet out from under them, be careful of that person. Because that means they're not serious about comics rising. They're only worried about themselves.
Right.
Don't let those people be in your circle. Don't let them drag you down. And I've warned Pops about a few people this year. And, he's taken some of what I said, and he's listened. And I think he's gotten to the point where you start seeing the board. And I hate to call it that way, but it is. And he's learned to kind of navigate. And he's seen how quickly people will turn on you. But also he's seen the people that will stand next to him and be like, no, forget it. This is about something bigger than all of us in industry.
Yeah.
Industry that will be here after us all.
It's never been about what I'm doing. It's about what you guys are doing. I have a platform to show everybody what you guys are doing. You guys have been a lifelong entertainment for me, creators of comics. You have given me something all my life. Okay, I got 8-10 months where I got to give something back. That's the way I look at it. I got to give something back.
You're still one of the few people in 21 who I can say is growing continuously. And everyone in this room has seen it. The people who showed up in the middle of the pandemic and thought they were going to monetize what they were doing. They thought they were going to come in and make money off of us, become marketing agencies. And Onrie knows who I'm talking about, a few of the people. I know he's seen it in the circle where he saw people come in and try to make money off our backs like we've never seen this before. That's what you don't get. The independent creator's been through it, has seen it, knows what's coming next. So they just sit back and go, go ahead, tell me your story.
Honestly, it hasn't happened to me, Rob. I'm going to be completely flat out honest. I feel like as soon as COVID hit, everything just kind of stopped for me. And it was really hard because I didn't do any Kickstarter. The way that this works is these marketing agencies or whoever, they typically target creators who are on Kickstarter because, they know that they're raising money. They're actively raising money. Well, I wasn't in a position to do a Kickstarter last year because my production development was going very slow. I actually started a new project. So, nothing really came out really quickly. And so it was almost like I was in this void where I didn't really exist. And so what I really focused on was just learning from other creators, seeing what they're doing and everything you're saying. And I interviewed you. You were on my show too. I've interviewed over 75 creators, and that helped me get to that point of live sales. It helped me learn a lot about what I need to do in order to up my game in Kickstarter. But it's so weird being on this digital platform because for me, what worked so well for me in the past was engaging with people directly. And once that was taken away from me, so were my sales essentially. So Eastern had its poorest, sales performance last year. And it's not a fault of anybody other than this is just what the situation was. I had something to learn. I had to step back. I had to become something more because I also think what you were saying, Rob, is essential. Is like, we're all trying to make comics better, and we want to bring the best of ourselves to comics. And though I am very passionate about what I'm doing with my own comics, and I believe I put everything into the comics I put out there, I also think that I have a passion for moving comics and making sure that people have another venue of purchasing comics at good prices. So there's that other side of me that worked out. So I've been very fortunate. No one's really approached me for anything like that. But I'm saying that because I'm actually envious of all the creators who have been approached because no one ever asked me to come on their shows or to do anything. This is just kind of like a spur of the moment thing, which is great. And you've also given me a lot of opportunities too. But I think 2020 was a year of learning for me. And as soon as it clicked to me, live sales, that was it. That was when I was like, all right. And at that point, it was like all those months of me not being in front of people or being at shows, it was suddenly like, now I had to play catch up. I'm still playing catch up now. It's really, really wild.
Yeah, but you did that. You evolved or died. You knew. You felt that moment. Just like in your books, those battle moments where I can keep doing what's not working or I can change. And you did. Like you said, I got to give Onrie credit. He is a student, and you all should be a student if you're a creator of what other creators are doing. He had his ears open. I've seen him interview. He's one of those guys, consistent, good programming, consistently has the energy. And I've seen him live. There is something about him. He knows how to.
He's on fire. Yeah, he's on fire. When he's doing his show, he's excited. He's like, "Come on down, check this out, y'all." It's the
you
way
guys see my kid. My kid was killing it. My kid made $400 this week slinging comics. My kid made $400.
Well, did he make 400 or did he get a lollipop?
No, he got Robux is what he got. He got a shit ton of Robux.
I'll tell you though, 2020 was a lot like that. I saw a lot of traffic from faux marketing guys, and you block them, and then they send you from a new email address with the same exact skit, and you just keep shoveling it to the back. But one thing that was really encouraging in 2020 is that I had a lot of creators who hadn't put their work out before, who reached out and said, "Hey man, if you can do it, I can do it." Which is, because I'm the new guy to comics. I mostly do RPG stuff. Comics is hard and wonderful and beautiful and hard, and I love doing it. So,
bro, because your book is awesome.
It's a niche title, so it's hard to fund, But I'm so proud of the way it's been turning out. I love the way work is. I just put a page from issue 2 up on the Madness here before we started to show off something that Alexia sent in. Absolutely beautiful work. But then you get some folks who are finally wanting to put their own book out. And there's, as some of you know, a lot of the guys I work with come out of the Kubert School, and that's just because I have some friends who went there. And as you work with more of those students, your name tends to trickle down into other graduates and such. And I got approached by a gentleman, Zachary Moreau, who I think I just mangled the pronunciation of his name. He needed some consulting done on a Kickstarter of his. I don't do marketing stuff. So when people start asking me about marketing questions, I start pointing them towards our favorite creator who puts out, Cthulhu Invades Oz. That to me is like one of those guys who knows his Kickstarter marketing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to throw his name everywhere because I'm sure everyone knows who I'm talking about.
Hey, you don't pull up his book and not say his name, man. Come on.
Oh, come on. Anyone not know who I'm talking about?
No, I know exactly who you're talking about because I'm stocking his stuff.
Chuck? You're talking about Chuck?
Chuck too.
Yeah, that's
Chuck Pino, right? You're talking about Chuck Pino?
Well,
I guess you could say Chuck too as well. Yeah.
I want to tell you. Oh, sorry, Pops.
Chuck is Legion. That's all. Go ahead, Onrie.
I'm not sure how many names I can get away dropping in this conversation, though. We got some really high flying folks in here, but you got great people who know more about certain aspects than I'll ever know, and so I like to point people in those directions. So I think that helps when you have someone who comes and says, "Hey, I got a question about this, this, and this." And you're like, I can help you with this. I can help you with this. For these kind of questions, this is the guy you want to talk to. These are some of the podcasts you want to reach out to. These are some of the YouTubers you want to talk to. This is where your formats are for your press releases. Cover your basics. Talk to people about. This is one of a favorite book of mine that was put out by Madeline Holly Ryson. And I didn't read this until after my 12th successful Kickstarter campaign. And I really wish I'd read it before my first one because it covers a lot of the basics. For those of you who don't know Madeline Holly Ryson, she puts out Boston Metaphysical Society, a bunch of novels. She's an incredibly prolific writer. If you're a new creator, that's the book I recommend for everyone to read before they jump into the deep end of the pond, just to make sure that you're covering a lot of the basics. But we see so many people who've been coming out this year, people who got laid off from DC, right? And we're seeing more of those folks from the recent layoffs who are looking for places to put their pencils on, and some of these people you're like, well, I know a guy who's looking for an artist, and here's who you need to talk to. Or, you tell them, hey, have you talked to the guys at Scout Comics? Have you talked to, oh man, I just forgot his name.
Source Point,
Travis, thanks. Yeah. But of course you want to talk to Travis, but then also I cannot believe I just forgot his name.
Which company?
Alterna, Smetty, Peter Smetty. Yeah, talk to Pete. And so pointing people who need to see if there's projects they can get on to immediately, and then you've got some folks, like I had one artist who reached out Thursday of last week, and that sounds right. Maybe it was Friday last week. It was right the day before Christmas, so maybe it was Sunday. My whole week's all messed up now. But anyway, it was right before Christmas, and they had gotten let go. They were working on stuff for DC, and they found out they didn't have a project anymore. And they're like, well, I can do this, and this, but I don't draw this, and this. I'm like, well, that's cool. I don't have anything in this particular vein, but, you could talk to this guy, and this guy, and that's kind of right up their alley. And so being able to point people towards other creators who, are really so attentive about finding talent and putting them to work and making sure they're paying them fairly and on time. It's a nice thing to be able to see the indie comic community being able to turn around and help so many of these folks who are suddenly out of work and possess such remarkable talent,
I agree with that. And, that's something that I'm going to experiment with. So I noticed Trish, what's up? She had mentioned Chuck and Chuck Pino, and everybody knows Chuck Pino. He's just everywhere. Well,
everyone knows Chuck. Everyone knows Travis. They're fantastic people, and there I go dropping names again.
Yeah, and Chuck just invades every single airspace he can get himself on.
Yep.
And I'm bringing him on my show on Monday for a live signing. And so what I did was I ordered his books, and I got him to sign them for me. And he's going to come on Monday, and he's gonna talk with my customers for 15 minutes, and hopefully we'll sell out of his book and we'll order more. But to get ready for this, I read his book, and Belial #1 is hilarious. It's a hysterical book, and I saw how hard Chuck was working to get that out there. I was on his show a couple weeks ago, and he really does have this. Anybody could call themselves an editor, yeah, I can edit stuff. I can tell you where you're, where you need your commas, where you need to dot your lowercase j's and cross your lowercase t's, But overall, I feel that Chuck has this really profound understanding of how to get the best out of the creator, and I think that's a really important thing. Meredith, how you doing? Happy
Meredith, what's up?
Hi, Meredith.
If you look
Belated
at the
birthday. Happy New Year to you.
There you will see Shop Talk, Chuck Shop Talk. We're talking about Chuck Shop Talk right now.
Hey, real quick question while we've got everyone on here. Anyone happen to have a line on someone who can letter in Japanese?
Ooh.
No, I do not.
I'm not asking for a friend. I'm asking for me. So they're going to get paid right. They're getting paid on time. I need to find someone who can translate from English to Japanese and letter in Japanese. So if you have anybody,
I might actually know somebody because my book is Korean based, but I had some lines in my book that were in Japanese, and I had to have someone who was Korean translate that. So I can certainly try and reach out. I haven't been in touch with them for a while, but I'm more than happy to try.
Yeah, I'd like to get in touch.
Yeah, y'all better quit saying Chuck. You know what happens when you say Chuck too much.
Well, if you say Travis's name 3 times, he shows up right next to you, going, "You have summoned me for what?"
He's a really hard
I summoned you for marketing help, Travis. I promise. Help me, Obi-Wan. We need to get the word out.
Yeah, he does not like joking around. I've tried to make Travis laugh numerous times. It just does not work.
I've made Travis laugh before.
Really? What'd you do?
Took his pants off.
Probably
That's a surefire way.
Well, that made my kid laugh.
But I'm not going to send them the link because that would seem too much like a setup. But if they're watching, they are more than welcome. Hit me up and I will give them the link and they can join us.
Oh man. Get Chuck in here, it's gonna get wild. And get Travis in here, now I'm gonna I'm gonna feel uncomfortable. Am I gonna have to take my pants down in order to make him? Whoa. I really don't want to do that up in here. I'm not ready.
Whatever you do, just keep the camera up here, okay? Okay.
I was about to say, we had this discussion before you went live earlier. You said I didn't have to wear pants as long as I kept my camera up.
If you keep the camera up here, I don't care what you're doing, man.
Cool. Yeah, just keep the camera up.
Cool.
Everybody see those baby blues. That's all.
Cool.
Because Rob knows more about it than anybody. Okay, he's the only person I've seen get away with the shirtless. Get away with the shirtless podcast this year. We love you, Rob.
It gets hot in Florida, okay? The AC is broken.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were down in Florida, man.
I still did my job. I got all the backers, but we had a backer pause. It happened. It was sweaty.
Hey, if you got it, flaunt it. Whatever.
You have to get past Nipplegate. It's time to Nipplegate go away.
Oh yeah, Kitsune Windsor. He might know somebody that can do that for you.
Yeah, Kitsune is somebody I've known for a long time, and she's somebody that I support tremendously. Brad, to answer your question, our virtual signing will be at 11 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Mountain, 1 p.m. Central, and 2 p.m. Eastern on Monday. This coming Monday, January, what is it going to be? The 4th?
Yep.
4th?
Yep.
So 11 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Mountain, 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. Chuck's going to come on for maybe about 15 to 30 minutes. He's going to talk about his book. I already got him. And after that, I'm just going to show you guys everything I got from my long boxes. And, I randomly throw stuff in there. I throw creator-owned comics in there. I throw Marvel, DC. I throw everything in there.
Onrie, this is how I look at like live auctions in the madness. There's very few that I allow. They have to feature indie creators. If you're doing something with Chuck, by all means, put it in the madness. Okay. If you're just out there selling some Marvel and DC, then that's for the marketplace. But if you are highlighting some of our people, some of our indie creators, by all means, you can put that up in the madness.
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, I'll be sure to mention that. And Travis is another book that I like. Right now they're starting to survey stuff because we're also part of the Comic Book Shopping Network, and they're hosting a fan award this year for 2020, and so many books came out. And the only comics that I can think about that I really want to nominate or see nominated, I don't know I don't really have any say in how any of that works. I'm sort of like a cog in the wheel. But, they're asking right now, what are your favorite comics of 2020? They're all independent. I mean, Voodoo Nations was great. Grit from Scout was phenomenal. Broken Gargoyles from Source Point. There's just so many titles that were fantastic that honestly, I would have never gotten involved with.
Furious Tales. We got
Miskatonic.
There were some great books this year, man.
Miskatonic University was off the chain all year long. Mike Shea, fantastic work. And of course, Madeline and Boston Metaphysical Society, just absolutely tremendous. Saw some really good work from Adam Watson, like always, and that's from a guy who had to evacuate his home because forest fires, up in Oregon. And he still managed to put out some fantastic work this year.
Monday. Onrie, prices are rock bottom, deals are crazy.
Mike, I love you, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's right.
We do voiceovers if anybody wants.
There's another one, Vampires of New Jersey from Alton Simpson.
Oh yeah.
It's a book we got in stock right now, and I keep showing it up, and I'm like, guys, you got to jump on this. Especially we got so many people who are into vampires and all that stuff. It's like, just pick these books up, And here's the thing, it's always a challenge, and I find that even with Yisun Shin, it's a challenge. Mr. Quinton, I think you and I can relate on a lot of levels. Like when you're doing anything that's based in history, there's like this preconception of, oh man, it's history, it's going to be boring, just throw it off. And that's the thing about it is, no, it's not. Just because it's based on something that happened doesn't mean it's got to be told boring. It's got to be told interesting. It's comics,
Oh yeah, definitely.
And that's, I think, the reason why I want to stock your book, man, is because if I can sell your book through my live streaming, that's going to help me when I get back out to conventions. That's going to help me get better at what I'm doing. Plus, here's another thing too. Our customers are always looking for something new. Someone reads Yisun Shin, they got to wait for the next Yisun Shin book to come out, which comes out every Shrove Tuesday, because we have a very meticulous production process. Doesn't mean anything about the quality of the book or anything like that. It just takes us longer, right? It's life. Comics don't happen overnight. But you got a book that's coming out more consistently. People are looking for that stuff. I got this one series called Peerless by Christopher S. Marin. I sold out of it last week. I ordered up copies, and I just kept pushing the hell out of this book, and it freaking sold out. I was so happy when it happened. And that's a Kung Fu book. Kung Fu books are going to be huge right now. Mark my words. With the Masters of the Shang-Chi movie coming out.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that's gonna be a big catalyst for that particular one. I'll tell you another one too.
Cobra Kai and all that.
Cobra Kai, absolutely, for sure.
Troubles Back by Joey Pineda. This was I would love the story in this.
Oh yes, great book.
I'm really digging that. And of course, Mojo Rising, I'm just waiting to get my hands on that baby and dig into that.
Now look, without telling me anything, William, have you read the PDF yet?
No, I'm waiting for the physical copy.
Yeah, me too.
I'm waiting for the print copy.
But somebody has to have read the PDF and tell me, is it good or not? I don't want to know the story. I just want, is it good? Is it good?
I'll tell you too, if you want to get in touch with someone who has a pretty broad catalog, Adam Watson with Darkslinger Comics, he's been producing for about a decade, and he's got a lot of really interesting work out there. Mike Shea, of course, goes without saying. And Sam Johnson out in the UK with Geek Girl. His work has been really, really remarkable, and there's some really, really very talented Canadians. If international shipping isn't a big hang up, but international shipping right now is a beast. So glad to be seeing a lot of action in the US.
Sam actually has a connection in the States, so he gets around that.
Oh, is he got a domestic permit too? Good.
Yeah, he is a domestic. He has someone handling the US from the US.
Yeah.
Outstanding. I'd like to reach out to him, see if I can get him to help me out in the EU a little bit, but with the whole Brexit thing going on, I guess we have to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, dang real world.
But yeah, Onrie, man, we'll get you. I mean, if you don't want to wait for issue 2, we can get you 10 or a dozen or whatever.
Dude, I think the best thing to do is to just let's get in touch. I'll order up some copies from you. You sign them, send them over to me, and I want you to come on my show. I want you to have a chance to actually engage and talk to people. And I'll show off your work. I'll read your book. I'll let my customers know what I thought of it personally. But here's the thing: I feel personally, man. If you and I are at a con together, if you're in some other part of the convention center, like let's say I'm going to be in the, in the exhibitors area, like where the dealers are. By the way, that's what I've been doing anyway. I've been slinging Yisun Shin from there, and then just bringing like a rack of books that I just have in the background and selling those on the side, right? Well. Here's the thing, man. If I sell Yisun Shin, I now have somewhere to direct people because people are always coming up to me. I mean, we sold over 100,000 copies of this book. We have 250,000 copies in print now. I've been doing this a long time.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing numbers.
people are always asking, like, where do I get more stuff like this? And for the longest time, I didn't know what to tell them. But here's you're doing it. And I mean, aside from you, the only other thing that we could have really told anybody was, read 300 or read Stan Sakei's Yosagi Yojimbo. There's not a lot of stuff about it. And some of the stuff that happened in Asia, in Asian history is just absolutely wild. I don't, it's crazy, how people thought back then and how the thinking changed over time, but in many ways is still the same, which is what allows us to relate to what happened back then. And to me, Heroes, which Yisung Shin's a superhero story, straight up. That's how I've always seen it. And to me, heroes are people that come about in a great time in unforeseen circumstances. And this is where it happens, is in reality. That's what defines a true hero. I mean, you can create heroes, and that's great. I'm creating heroes right now too, and and those heroes can represent aspects of who we are, or maybe somebody we know, or somebody we admire, or something like that. But to actually achieve something so tremendous in real life is a difficult thing. I mean, we're all going through that as comic creators. It's that question of, do we matter at the end of the day? We're not making as much money as, say, a hedge fund manager who's sitting in front of a computer all day looking at numbers and buying and selling stuff, but he's making a lot more money than us, maybe. But is his purpose the same? I mean, and not to say that it's not or whatever, but that's one of the things that we all kind of deal with, as creators, is that imposter syndrome of, am I doing enough? Have I amounted to enough? And here's the truth. If you made something and you put it out there, then it matters. And it doesn't matter how many copies of it you've sold. You could have sold one, you could have sold 1 million copies. It does not matter. What matters is that you did it. It exists now because you put the time in, and it's not going anywhere. It's going to circulate. This is the interesting thing about being a dealer is I love all comics. And I'll be honest with you, I want Marvel and DC to succeed, because if they succeed, that means we succeed too. And here's what I see. A lot of comics that get reported as sold, like if you look at new comics now, those numbers are down, right? From where they were back in the 70s when comics were selling millions of copies. Because why? Those comics were cheaper. They were produced, and of course there was, living standards were different then. Mm-hmm. But if you look at how comics circulate now, comics are selling more than they've ever sold before. On the Comic Book Shopping Network, they're selling 1,000 comics a day. That's a rough estimation, but I mean, it's happening. I spent all day today just invoicing people on comics and packaging books up, because people are buying so much. Why? Because those comics are at the right price, and people are always buying comics. If someone dies tomorrow and they're left with their loved ones are left with like their box of comics, what are they going to do? If they don't read comics, they're going to sell them. And then those comics are going to end up in somebody else's hands. And every single time that happens, every day, every moment, someone is getting their first comic for the first time, and it's changing their lives. And they might be 10 years old, they might be 30 years old, they might be 80 years old, and they get that comic and they read it and they're like, I want to do this. I'm going to make it happen. And I've seen amazing things happen. Just a special shout out to Katsuni Windsor. She is somebody who is dealing with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, can't walk, can't talk, can't move, can't do anything. And she has made a gorgeous, gorgeous manga graphic novel that's fully realized, fully colored. It exists. And she deals with problems all the time from people who don't understand her work, because that's what happens with everybody. There are people who don't understand Yusung Shin. Mm-hmm. It happens. Who cares? Not everybody's going to love your work, but the point is that it exists and therefore it matters. That's right. Awesome. That's fantastic. That's
Congratulations.
Great. Congratulations. That's a huge thing. Getting it out is that's the hardest thing, is shipping it out. I mean, it's like everybody thinks like, okay, I made a comic. All right, well, congratulations. That's like going up to, a pregnant woman and saying congratulations, even though she hasn't given birth yet, and is going to go through all this pain and all this, work. And then you get the child, and then the child's a lot of work. And there's so much stuff that goes into it. Finishing the comics only the first step.
Oh yeah, and the thing is too is the same thing goes with people who are, I do a lot of stuff through Kickstarter to fund art since I can't draw worth a damn. Like stick figures are hard for me, so that's how I pay my artists and how I get things out. And it's amazing to me how people will sit here and say, well, you only did 5,000 on your Kickstarter, you only did 2,000 on your Kickstarter. Yes, and I have my book made, and I sold 200 copies last month. I sold 300 copies the month before that. People are reading this particular book, and it's the same thing from the RPG stuff. And it's Travis Gibb. Oh my God! Hey, Travis. See, we said your name too many times, and now you're here.
It's his name.
They invoked his name. They invoked his name. He has arrived.
Sam, and are you guys selling digital at all, or is it all only physical copies?
No, we're selling digital and physical.
You're selling PDFs if someone wants some, like
yeah.
almost okay.
Yeah, the digital stuff I have on Drive Through Comics, Drive Through RPG, because we do a lot of RPG stuff, so having comics there works. It's not exclusive, so we'll be migrating some stuff to the Amazon platform later this year. I was going to do it this year, but there's been some complications. We've had a lot of people close to me in proximity have died recently, and a couple people I know personally have died very recently. So it's been kind of a hectic last few months, to say the least. But yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, the most recent one here a few days ago, a lady who lives up the street, single mom, 2 kids, and she would, before COVID, she and the kids would come by, and my daughter would pet their dog, and they'd talk and everything, and she apparently died in her apartment from COVID a few days ago. So that was pretty bad. Apparently, she didn't realize how sick she was. So.
I just recently went through and hit about 5 of my family members, one being my grandfather, with pre-existing, but they've all were able to get through it. So I'm very thankful on that.
Kentucky's been pretty tough. I live in the capital in Frankfort, which is a really small town, and our hospital's been full for weeks. So it's been pretty bad here.
I'm in Washington. We're all locked down, and we have to wear biohazard suits to go outside. And
yeah, I mean. We're locked down too, but like right before Halloween, they had a lot of anti-mask rallies for some reason, and so then a lot of the anti-mask people got really, really sick. I'm not trying to shovel irony at anybody. I'm just telling you what the facts of the matter are. And so it was tough. And plus, we had.
Hey, kids, you want to see what irony looks like? Come here, real quick.
So it's been pretty tough. But and I'm sorry about all this, by the way. This shipping materials for stuff to go out.
When you guys quit apologizing for fulfilling, quit it.
So I'm late. I'm late on one book that but I'll get it out soon.
If you were out here right now talking about the stuff you need to do, and there was not boxes and piles behind you, right?
Well, that's just the shipping materials. Some of the stuff gets framed, so I've got like a whole stack of frames for stuff too.
But that's you care about what you're shipping us. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You gotta remember, guys, I'm a fan. You guys are creatives. I'm a fan. Okay, I'm looking at that stuff. I look at your walls to see what's on the walls behind you, to see, I mean, I'm looking. Okay,
I ain't got nothing behind you but the treadmill.
Check that out. Now, I had this personalized for one of my backers. This is the cover art from Tarot Adventures Book 3, Death Comes to Glenfollow. I had this personalized for a friend of mine who backed this, but the artist was Anthony Ojeda out in Los Angeles, and this is our zombie apocalypse RPG adventure.
That's beautiful.
He does fantastic work. I love working with Tony. Tony has like the work ethic that you would expect from a robot. I mean, he's just reliable to a flaw. He has the creative energies of the entirety of the Grateful Dead rolled up with Led Zeppelin, and he does just some remarkable interpretations of what you're telling him to do. And he comes in on his deadlines. He gets his stuff done. And I've loved working with him. It's like it compares favorably with working alongside Alexia Velhausen, Brian Lee, Christian Martinez, Zach Viola, a bunch of these guys who I've done so much work with, a bunch of these Kubert student guys, just absolutely fantastic people to work with. And can't leave out Sandra, because of course Sandra is amazing. This is I actually was blessed enough to commission the first commercially published work from Sandra Cole.
Yes, I have that over there. Yes, I do.
And my camera is crap, but you can see she did a fantastic job on it. And getting a chance to work with this level of professionals is just absolutely incredible for me.
That was a picture of
one thing I wanted to say. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to add to that. I remember someone mentioning before, like about a $2,000 or $5,000 Kickstarter, and everybody kind of judges that, right? There's a $2,000 Kickstarter. It doesn't have as much backing. No, it just doesn't have as much visibility on something like Kickstarter. That doesn't mean that that's the end all be all of that project. Right. That is not an indication at all. Yisun Shin has had two successful crowdfunding campaigns. One of them was a $5,000, and one was a $10,000. Does that mean my book's a failure? No, this has been my full-time job for the last 10 years, and it will be my career for as long as I live. But what does that mean about Kickstarter? It means I have a lot to learn, and there's room for improvement. There's things I can do to get better at Kickstarter. And it was interesting, Mr. Quinton, that you brought out, Madeline Holly Rosing's book, because that's a book I'm reading too, in order to get myself ready for Kickstarter. It's a good source.
I mean, I look a lot to Madeline. I look a lot to Adam Watson. I look a lot to Travis, although I'm probably not going to say that too far out loud. I really admire a lot of what he's done. He's done some remarkable things for indie comics as a whole, just by way of he does things in an ethos that I really admire. One, he tells you what he's going to do. Two, he does it. And then three, he does the whole thing again. Travis puts his Kickstarter up. He says, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get that or better. And then he does it again. He's been showing that campaign after campaign. Same with Adam Watson, same with Madeline, same with Mike Shea, Sam Johnson. These kind of creators who are taking their commitment to their backers close to heart. And it's good to be able to sit there and say, okay, hey, what do you think about this, and be able to get feedback from so many great people, and then to be able to help them out too. Like when Danny reached out to me at the Collective and we started sending books to them, being able to take and turn around and go, hey, Adam, these guys are looking for some good indie titles. Hey, Mike, these guys are looking for some good indie titles, and being able to spread the word and get people to get samples to them, and put it to them from digital or what have you, so they can see what they're offering, to see what fits in those stores. And a lot of the nice part about 2020, if there can be a nice part, a silver lining to it, was the ability of the indie comic community to reach out to stores who were suffering because they didn't have merchandise to sell, sometimes for months at a time, and they could fill their shelves with indie titles and help keep those stores afloat. In some cases, it worked pretty well.
Absolutely.
Pretty good. Just watching you guys on the different shows, watching you, Sam, watching Travis, watching everyone talking. I mean, I'm just stepping my toes into this. So it's like I'm just going to Facebook and typing in comic book, and then stuff pops up and start following and just go from there. So for me, it's been a huge help watching and listening and drawing in all of this knowledge on what to do, what not to do, help building up audiences, and still have to learn how to promo though.
I tell you though, I think Sig and Joe is beautifully brilliant. I think Sig and Joe is really cool.
Oh well, thank you.
I have this issue where people think that I'm like a creator or I have some intimate knowledge about how Kickstarters run or whatever, and I get messages all the time, people asking me advice, and I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. You want to talk to William, or you want to talk to Rob, or you want to talk to Chuck. I'm not the guy. I'm just the guy who's trying to give you a place to talk about what you do. I don't know crap about any of that. I'm learning, just like what Warren just said, from watching these shows, from watching these podcasts, and I'm learning a lot of stuff, and I'm coming up with ideas of my own, and some of them actually get incorporated into people's work. It's awesome when somebody takes an idea that I come up with and they use it in what they're doing. I'm like,
well, we're gonna have one of our art team do the death card for the the Madness Tarot deck. So
yes, like that.
We're gonna get that done this year. So that'll be fun. We might not be the first card, but we will have it done. The question is who to have do it. I'm trying to figure out if I want to get Anthony Ojeda to do it, or I do. I want Anthony Ojeda to do it. I want Tony Ojeda to do it.
Yeah.
So if he has time, he's working on storyboarding for studios right now, so his work's kind of tied up, but it's pretty cool to see that.
That's one of the things that we're trying to get in the Madness, where we have different people who are in the Madness who have Kickstarters, and if I can get each one of them to do a tarot card, that represents their character, but has a comic-related Madness backing.
I would love to see Rob put out the Empress card. That would be like just so beyond cool. What do you think, Rob? Can you think you might do that? Can Rob hear me?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by Empress card.
For the tarot deck.
Oh, that's not me. You're confusing me with someone else.
No, I think you could do a good job of it for the Empress card.
No, I don't. I'm a writer. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but I mean, you've got people who do your art for you, right?
Oh yeah. We could get someone to do it. Sure.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome.
I think we have some of the people who have committed. I think Christy Shin, Raj Mahan, of course, Williams going to do a card.
I'm going to get someone to do the card. Like I said, I can't.
I'm saying your book, your Kickstarter.
I'm going to stand beside and slightly behind Rob and say I write and put words together.
The cool thing is that people are going to take their character from their Kickstarter and do a card out of the tarot deck. And eventually I'll have a whole tarot deck, but each one of the cards will feature a character from a different Kickstarter that we promote through these.
So it'll be fun.
That would be really cool. Collect them all like a Marvel Legends.
I'd love to get this deck.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but Warren's right. It's kind of like a Marvel Legends thing.
It's Pokemon. Gotta catch them all.
Or like a Pokemon thing, yeah.
I shared on my screen a character that actually you helped create. This is when you said I should come up with a cigarette lighter, and I came up with a girlfriend love interest for Sig, which is this is Victoria.
How come it's not Victoria?
I'm just waiting for the whole I'm gonna go flick my Vicks joke to come up.
Yeah, how come it's not Victoria? That's awesome, Warren.
Well, yeah, she was inspired by you, Pop.
I love it. That kind of stuff just it's blowing me away. It's happening way too often now. I saw a post today. Somebody had made a post about just because I don't know, he was looking for something to do. He's a writer. He's like, give me 3 words. Give me 3 words and I'll write a little story about it. And I came up with 3 things and I put it down in the post and I removed it right away and sent him a message instead. Dude, we got to make this comic. And he jumped right on board the idea and he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to write that. We'll get together after CRoM Con. So I might get actual comic credit coming up this year too. You never know. I'm having way too much fun with you people. I'm serious. Way too much fun.
I think it's only a matter of time before Trish and Mike. Well, I know Mike is working on a comic, but I think it's only a matter of time before Trish just jumps on board and makes her own comic too. That's Mike. I'm calling that.
Me and Mike get so many requests for friends, and then they're like, so-and-so, can you show them my stuff? And we're like, no, we just buy stuff from them. Ask him himself. And Meredith says, I want to cross-promote a couple of Kickstarters in my campaign update. Hit me up if you're interested. Hers is prose, but the KS is to turn these stories into scripts and pay for art. She has a great book that was funded right away, and it's all her own stories, and she wants to script them and turn them into comics as well, and it's awesome. And cross-promotion is where it's at. Everybody knows it. You saw Raj Mahan and Travis Gibb and Luke Stone get together and do the connecting covers between Voodoo Nations and Mojo Risen. You've seen, you know, all kinds of new collaboration this year. And that's because of this, because we're all out here talking to each other. You used to see a little bit of collaboration between people that sit near each other at the cons, right, Rob? You'd see plenty of that when they outside off each other.
I thought that was my phone at first.
No, that was
the same one. I'm like, oh wait, no, it's in my head.
But now it's not like the guy. Now it's not like the guy at the table next to you. Now it can be anybody, because everybody's out here talking. So now it's like the combinations of collaborations are just the possibilities are endless of what can happen in indie comics right now. Anything can happen. Look at these giant anthologies like what Travis put together. You know, Look what Chuck does with Essence House and everything. Man, it's like everybody is just taking it to the next level. And for somebody like me who's just a fan, you guys don't understand. This blows me away that I get so much integral knowledge now. People send me stuff that I can't show you. I have a file in my computer of art that I cannot show you because they haven't released it yet. It's not done yet. Here, check this out, Pops. Don't show nobody. No problem. I have the largest collection of art I can't show people. You know? Eventually I get to. When the book comes out, I can go, you know, or they'll give me the okay, yeah, you can go ahead and show that cover now. But I do have a collection in my computer of stuff that I can't show. And it amazes me that people trust me and send me all this stuff all the time. Like, I'm just a fan. But it's amazing all the stuff that has come out of 2020. I said earlier, it's like it was a great year for me. Not financially, not, you know, in the same ways most people got hit by it. We had it go through our house. We all had to, you know, quarantine and do all the whatnot. Power through it, adapt and overcome. That was my motto for 2020 from the beginning. And I never slowed down from that. Even when we were going through it right here in the house, the show went on. We came out here, we did what we were supposed to do. We didn't dwell on the fact that things were crappy. Everybody, it's crappy for everybody. What goes it for me? Go out there and talk about how crappy it is for me. You know, it's like I tried to always focus on what people were doing that was positive. Always tried to focus on what's going forward and leave behind anything that was putting a dent in our action. You know,
there were a lot of inspiring creators this year too. I mean, Rob, not to keep putting Rob on a pedestal or anything, but Rob has been a big inspiration. My buddy Brent Isbell, those two basically were, and my buddy Micah McGurk, who's a novelist and writes a lot of novellas and all. Those guys have basically seen what they've been doing. That's kind of inspired me to work on a novella that I'm probably just going to actually turn into a full-blown light novel this year. That kind of thing, being able to see people pushing through and accomplishing so much. You know, Will with his YouTube channel has been on point, constantly creating content, talking to creators all over the place, getting them in front of crowds. Warren's been kind enough to share, you know, Sig and Joe out, and I love what I see in Sig and Joe. I think it's fantastic, and you know, now I get to check out Onrie's stuff. This is gonna be awesome. You know, good Korean historical war stuff. I'm loving it.
I appreciate it.
15th century, right?
Yeah, 1592. That was when Japan was united after the 100-year Civil War by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and he wanted to take over the entire planet.
Yep.
Same person, call me again. He literally wanted to take over the entire planet, and he decided to start with China. Korea wasn't even like that wasn't even their goal. And so when they went into Korea, they basically just they were like stormtroopers, marching right through Korea. And Yi Sun-shin, he was outnumbered 10-1 against them, and he just beat the living crap out of them 23 times in a row. Never lost a single battle. And it's 300 times 23. And every single battle was you know, if he lost a single battle, that was it for Korea. That would have just been the end of it, because Japan had such a strong military, and they still do till this day. I mean, we don't hear about it as much, but the Japanese military, it's still a force to be reckoned with. They're very strong.
Well, it's what you mentioned earlier. What's great about historical comics is when you see people who were in real life doing real great feats. It shows you that what anyone can accomplish if put in the right situation with the right grit and the willpower, and it allows. I mean, it's so much more interesting sometimes than if you're hearing about someone who came from like another planet and can crush moons with their bare hands and stuff along those lines. But does your comic have any any of the mythology in it, or does it stick to historical records?
I have a lot of boobs in my comic. There's a lot of nudity. Boobs. DNA cells, man. No. No, I wouldn't say that there's anything like mythological about it. I tried to keep it as grounded in reality as possible. I mean, do we exaggerate in certain areas? Yes, because it's a comic and we want it to be like interesting. So some of the characters take on certain features that might be considered a little extreme, but it's not like you see demons in our book. I mean, it's all grounded in reality, and and that's why you need boobs, because boobs are reality, and that's why I like being alive.
Well, you had me at boobs. I'm in.
So, for future reference, Onrie, for future reference, Onrie, you're in the evening.
Yeah, I can't talk about boobs during the day. That's a nighttime thing. I only talk about it at night. During the day, I'm trying to sell this book called Xenophile. I have issues 1 through 8, and it's like a whole bundle set. I'm even got a great deal, like $2 a pop on this book and everything. And the covers are like it's an independent book, and there's like sexy looking girls on there, like almost kind of like a Frazetta-ish like touch to it, and I think everybody's worried about calling it during the day. Maybe I should try and sell it at night. That's a nighttime selling book.
It's something I never thought about before until just the other day, and I was like, I really should separate the more adult content and give them the later in the evening time slots, and keep the all ages stuff in the daytime, And this had never occurred to me before until I actually started thinking about, how does this look?
Well, it's interesting. I tried doing thematic stuff, like themes for my shows. Like this week, we're going to have a Marvel. Today's show is going to be a Marvel versus DC show. Today's going to be an all independent show. And we actually did an all creator-owned show out in California. My partner and I, we went out there to empty out a warehouse, and we were at a house, and we filmed an episode out by a pool. We're out in California, and it's beautiful, it's sunny. And I thought, how cool would it be if we just did creator-owned books? And so we had stacks of independent books that I brought with me all the way from Chicago to California, and we didn't sell anything during the show. And I was really upset about it. No one called anything during the show. And we were out there, and it was hot. You'd think oh, yeah, I'm going to film outside for 2 hours in California. It's going to be beautiful and everything. I was sweating so bad. It was ridiculous. And the fact that people weren't, buying anything, if you watch that episode, you can see my morale just, dipping slowly as the show went on. I was so upset as soon as we were done. So was my partner, and we just kind of rubbed, we shrugged it off. We're like, all right, this is just how it is. Sure enough, a couple hours later, we got messaged by a couple people, and they were like, hey, I want that book, and I want this one, and this. And that's the beauty of live sales. People buy stuff after hours. So even though you're not selling it at the time, that doesn't mean that you didn't sell the book. Everything will sell. It's just a matter of when the right person comes across it. So I don't think that there's a set time of day to sell something. I think it's just a matter of what do people feel comfortable with? What feels right? People's budgets are pretty tight, and that's something that we're all dealing with as dealers, is that we're selling all kinds of stuff. From a creative standpoint, we look at where do we draw the line by not making our books like dirt cheap, but showing people that, hey, our work has a value to it. It's not worth 50 cents. It's worth $10. It's worth just as much as you pay for any Marvel or DC book. And I stand by that for all creator-owned books, because someone put more effort into that than just, say, the writer of an ongoing comic. They wrote the script, they hand it off. Sure, they have to go back and make changes. No one's saying that they're not putting in the work. Tom King, is doing great stuff. Donnie Cates, all these professional writers, they have a very, very difficult job, but their job is basically to write and promote themselves and the projects that they're involved with. When you're a creator-owned and you're doing everything yourself, you're not just finishing the books half the battle for you, because no one else is going to get it out there except for you. Tom King doesn't have to worry about the next issue of Batman selling. He doesn't care about that. Sure, he wants it to sell, because if it doesn't sell, he's out of a job, right? So he needs to say a couple things. He needs to be at the right place at the right time. So it's not saying that he's not doing anything, because I think everybody who's contributing, especially at that level, they're trying to bring comics to a new level too. And we depend on them to succeed, because, again, it all trickles down to us. And on top of that, what's going to happen when Marvel and DC are going to be tired of putting out Tom King stuff, or Tom King is tired of putting out stuff from Marvel or DC? He's going to go and do creator-owned stuff again too. And when you're doing creator-owned and you don't have a publisher and you're doing it yourself, you have to wear all these kinds of hats. There's a marketing hat you have to wear, like what Mr. Quinton was talking about with, financing the creators. You have to pay artists. You have to pay them on time. You have to pay them what they're worth. And the last person who gets paid is you, because you got to pay for the printing, you got to pay for the art, you got to pay for everything. And then whatever's left after you've paid all that off, that's what goes in your pocket. It may not be much, but you know what? If you keep doing it and you keep putting it in front of people's faces, you got an ongoing thing. Our first issue of Yisun Shin has seen 7 reprints. And my goal every single time I reprint a Yisun Shin book is to just pay off the print costs, which are dirt cheap for me now. And as I just print up a whole bunch, I print up 5,000 books at a time, and I'll pay that print cost off with one convention. And now all of a sudden those books are making me money. Every single book that I sell from that point on is now making me money. And that finances the ongoing production of the book as well. That finances reprints when they're necessary. And a lot of one of the all stars, I think, of creator-owned comics is Brian Pulido. The stuff he's done with Lady Death. He's turned it into a conglomerate. I mean, what he's doing on Kickstarter is insane. Even Van Schreiber. These guys just they understand this business from so many levels, because they've had so much experience working in it now, that they know how to bring their fans along. They know how to keep their fans in place. And they know how to give them exactly what they're looking for, and how to just keep tapping into that well. And I'm just one of those creators, I guess, that I can't produce work fast enough. It just doesn't come to me. If I write with the delete button, and until it feels right to me and I stop hitting that delete button, then it's ready. But until then, I'm constantly hitting that delete button. It's not good enough for me. Then how can it be good enough for the audience? If it's not good enough for my editor, how can it be good enough for my audience? It has to, it has to feel right. If you don't feel the passion in what you've done, if you can't satisfy yourself, you're not going to satisfy your audience.
So let me throw this out here. You just dropped a couple big names who use 2 entirely different ways of selling their product, but they're both selling the hell out of their product. Okay, 2 entirely different ways of doing it. Okay, one has been in CRoM Con, one has not. Brian Pulido was in the final panel in the very first CRoM Con back in April, and he came out here and hung out with us for 90 minutes and blew us away with the information that he dropped on us. Okay, we were just putting together the Mojo campaign, and Raj and the guys from Mojo Risen were out there in the panel with him, and we sponged off Mr. Pulido's knowledge and applied it to Raj's campaign, or did our best to apply. Of course, we don't have a huge fan base like he does yet, but we gleaned a whole lot of what he was doing. And he was so receptive to all the questions. It wasn't like he wasn't going to answer anything. He was very, very forthright with any information that we wanted to know. It was amazing. He's an awesome dude. Now, I ain't had the pleasure of having the other guy in my show yet, but someday maybe I'll get him to come talk to me too. You never know.
I've had a chance to talk to Ethan a couple times at conventions. Very easy, very approachable guy. I don't like getting into politics, and I know there's a political aspect of it, but like Rob was saying, it's an advocate for comics, and he is an advocate for comics. He had the first campaign that raised over $1 million. Obviously, Boom Studios topped that by bringing Keanu Reeves in for their thing, which also was successful because that now brought in everybody who's a fan of Keanu Reeves into comics as well.
Hey, bouncing off fan bases is what I do. I preach it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I preach it. So bringing Keanu Reeves in was like, hey, that's marketing, y'all. Get down with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, politics and all that stuff may have a place in the outside world or whatever. But yeah, I agree. Long live the frog. If someone can get out there and raise $1 million for their comic book, that means you can do the same thing. You just have to figure out how to do it. Now, granted, Ethan had to do it. He had to put in his time. He had to build.
He's got many years and a fan base, just like Brian. Many years and a fan base. It's not like they just came on the scene and went, "I'm gonna make $1 million."
No,
okay? No, they put in their work.
No, and even when Brian was first starting, I mean, he literally drove up and down the highway, hitting shops, selling his books in person. I mean, that's. He's talked about that a few times on his streams, but that's literally when Brian Polito first started putting out books. That was how he made that happen.
He really saved what I was doing, because when I first started doing CRoM Con and I was sending like press releases to comic news sources, and I got no play whatsoever. Nobody would even put my press release on their website, right? And I made a post about it. Won't even listen to us, blah, blah, blah. And Brian was like, yo, dude, don't pay no attention to them. He goes, don't pay no attention to them. They're not paying attention to you now. Just wait.
Yep.
And now people pay attention. Now people talk about what we're doing here. Now I get press releases. Now I get, and it was like, Brian was right. Don't worry about what they're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. They're going to notice.
Absolutely.
And it's like, that's what I'm going to tell all you. That was what he said to me. And I tell all you guys the same thing. It doesn't matter. Keep doing what you do. People are going to notice, I mean, and William, coming in with book 2 and Raj as well, you guys know this for a fact. We can sell the hell out of book 1. Book 2 sells off how good book 1 was.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we're going to go out there and we're going to push and push and push. And we know you got what you, like William, I already know what you wrote was awesome. Going out and pushing book 2 is going to be no problem for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think something that William has as an advantage is the same thing I have as an advantage. My issues, all my issues sell as well as the one prior. In fact, I would say that every new issue sells better. Why? Because I bundle them all up. And that's an advantage of being a creator-owned, because now once you get that issue 2, you're already in front of the customers. All you got to do is just offer the right incentive. Hey, I'll sell you 2 of these comics for $4 or $5, whatever.
My point wasn't that. My point was I can sell the crap out of book 1. I can go out here and promote the crap out of it.
Yeah.
If it ain't no good, I can't do shit for book 2.
No, that's and to say something to piggyback off that, I had a situation occur. This is hilarious. I told the story on Chuck Show. I'll tell it again here. I was at a convention one year at Emerald City Comic Con. I was very close to selling out, and I had like the whole day ahead of me. So I wasn't really nervous or anything. I knew I was going to sell out at some point. So what was happening was I was on the floor, I was pitching someone, and then someone was walking by, and I made eye contact with them. It was this girl, and she's like, "Hey, I bought your book before," and I'm like, "You did? Did you like it?" And she was like, and just kept walking while I was in the middle of like actually showing someone else off the book. Now that didn't stop that person. I just couldn't help but laugh. It's like, hey, what am I going to say? Well,
she's honest,
She's honest. She didn't like my book. You know what I mean? And not everybody's going to like it.
No, that's true. I mean, Travis told me, he's like, I'm not a big anthropomorphic animal fan, so I'm just not into it. I'm like, that's cool. But even it's nice to see where people's heads at. One thing that got me is that when you find people who like the book, even if it's like 5, 10, 2, whatever, people who like the book and who can give you some good critical feedback, some good constructive criticism, that's worth a pile of gold right there. Just like when we first sent out issue 1 in the first press run, everyone was like, "Man, what you went all out on like the paper stock, and it's all color, and this is just popping." I'm like, "Well, yeah, we just wanted to do it right. We wanted to give you a book that was the best quality we can make." And so when we went to do the reprint, one of the most common questions I had is, "Were you going to be using that same high grade stock?" I'm like, "Yeah, every 47 Furious Tale book is on this top grade paper." So it's funny that it's little things like that people want to look at, like, you can really do that? I'm like, yeah, we're really going to do that, because, and this kind of comes back, you were saying how you can order 5,000 copies per press run. I cannot tell you how many times in December I was talking to people who were getting ready to do their Kickstarters, trying to convince them that you don't want to try and make all your money on the Kickstarter. You want to get your stock so that you can sell that, because the difference between your cost per book for a 500 copy run and a 1,000 copy run is not that much difference on the final price tag, but it's a huge difference on that price per book. And when you get to 2,000 and 3,000 and 5,000 copies, I mean, Onrie, let me ask you something, man. I know you don't have a hard copy of this, I don't think.
I don't. That's why I want to order directly from you, so I can get a hard.
That's a 130-pound cover stock.
This was a serious
that's heavy, man. I mean, I think ours is done on like 115. I think was the max for our cover stock, but 130, man, that's going all out, brother.
We did 130 on it. Now it's in a digest size. It's non-traditional. It was kind of a nod to some of the manga stuff, but we didn't want to quite do A6 because of some of the art considerations, which I realize is kind of weird, but we're a weird bunch.
No, but you see that's the difference. See, that's the difference. Your typical freelance comic book writer isn't paying attention to the actual paper stock. It's not their job. Their job is to write more stories, to keep focused on the stories. As creators self-published, we got to write the story and think about that stuff. And how do you learn this stuff? Not all of us enter this with like this profound knowledge of printing and doing everything like this. So, that takes research, that takes time, also takes a lot of trial and error. We made a lot of mistakes with print runs on YouTube shit. And, this is the thing, you were talking about print runs earlier, that I think here's another interesting point was, with my last Kickstarter, I didn't care that I knew I didn't go into my last Kickstarter trying to make it a $50,000 campaign, because I would have stressed myself out. Right. I would have driven myself crazy. So what I did was I thought to myself, you know what? If I can just pay off that print run, then the books are free now. So every book is paid for now. Now I could just they're all profitable right out the door. That's it. It's a done deal. And if you look at it from different points of view, you got to just think about, when you're doing that Kickstarter, what's your goal? And obviously, the more you hit that launch button, the better you're going to get at it. A big shout out to Tom Hutchinson, because I remember right as he's been kind of like sort of like a guiding light for me in a lot of ways, because Tom Hutchinson, just like me, is a publisher, he's a dealer, and he understands. He's found balance in between both worlds, which is not easy to do. And so, coming from that point of view, it's what he's learned is to just keep hitting that launch button, because every time you do it, you're going to bring in more people. And would I love to have a $50,000 campaign? You bet your ass I would. I'd love to have $1 million campaign. I would love to do what Brian Polito is doing. But in order to get that, you have to develop it. You have to constantly be building it,
yeah.
Find the right way to do it. And you got to know what you're doing. And you got to know when you don't know, because that's how you learn. And when you figure that out, then you're all of a sudden you're absorbing information. And you're learning. I'm learning right now, you know.
I'll tell you that's
I thought it was Yoko Ono. Oh, wait.
that's one thing too.
I thought it was David Lee.
I'm really, really happy to do is when I don't know, I like to call. I'll pester people sometimes and ask, goodness, I mean, what's one of the first things I did today? Hey, is anyone who can translate and letter in Japanese? I'm bad about stuff like that, man. But on the same token, that's how you find folks.
The first thing I did this morning was pitch an idea to a writer.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not one of you guys, but look, you guys I got the freaking bug now.
If you can get them, get Rob.
It's crazy. The dude, it's like I said, it was amazing how it came about. It was like I come up with the 3 words, that dude wanted 3 words, and then I came up with my own idea for those 3 words, and I messaged him and I was like, dude, what if we took this and this and this and you wrote about this? And he went, oh yeah, we're going to talk about that at the CRoM Con. And I was like, sweet.
And if he's available, Raj Mahan, Raj is gold, man. Raj is
already doing enough pop.
Raj has got so much talent. I just can't wait to see what he's going to bloom into, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if 10 years from now, Raj is like the next Brian Polito. It wouldn't surprise me.
He's going toward. I don't know if you noticed. You noticed the cover of the book, the Iron Maiden lettering of the logo. Okay, Raj has that rock and roll band. He's out here talking rock and roll the whole time, right? Sammy, Van Halen, blah, 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 Doobie Brothers, okay? Grand Funk Railroad a minute ago, okay? Raj is a music guy, but he's a comic writer.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always going to be something that has to do with some heavy metal, some rock and roll, something in his books. Okay? Now, I'm privy to some of the characters that are going to be coming out in the next books, and I can't talk about them, but SDMF, baby.
I'll tell you guys, if you ever find yourself you need to find like an artist to pick up a cover or something, let me know. I've got a whole art team that we have a private Facebook group for the Sinopa Publishing bench. We've got about, I think, 18 artists on that right now. And basically they're there because they fulfill their contracts and they do great work and love it. And hopefully we'll get to see some other names on that bench eventually. I'd like to get some work from Warren maybe later next year if we can, maybe later this year, I guess I should say, if he's not too busy swamped with success with Sig and Joe. I kind of hope he's too busy swamped with success from Sig and Joe, to tell you the truth.
That would be a nice problem.
I'd love to see that blow up real good, and just be on the shelves everywhere. That would be freaking awesome. Because then I could say, I remember when Warren did fan art of one of the books, I'd be like, yeah, see how that goes. But
I definitely want to start doing covers and pinups. So
you brought up fan art, and I have to give Raj a little shot about this too. But here he is talking about telling me to stick to setting up the Doobie Brothers stage. Raj, I set your stage, bro. We sell your books. I set your stage, not their stage. I'm not selling music here. I'm selling comic books.
But I really want to head down to Texas this summer if the COVID thing is finally letting me travel again. The problem I have is my day job is for the courts, and so technically I'm not supposed to leave the state. There's it's not a court order, but it's a request from our Supreme Court that certain of our personnel, stay within the state unless there are certain criteria, and so I'm kind of stuck here for the time being.
Oh well, something's out there. Let me just throw him up there. All right.
Yeah, I love that one.
In the chat, Mojo Risen, Raj Mahan, Manny Soto, Greg Harms, Kevin Braun.
I got some good pieces from Greg Harms coming in. We're going to be showing off some work from Greg Harms here in a couple of weeks.
Actually, I have some Greg Harms original right here.
Oh, sweet.
Some Greg Harms original art right here. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I planned. I had 2 giveaways because of the amount of members that we picked up in the Madness this week. I had 2 giveaways. I have a pile of stuff over here. I got some Jim O'Reilly signed prints, some comic books, some different stuff. And
I love getting my hands on original art. I mean, I do. I love getting my hands on original art. And I've showed this off way too much. I know I'm going to put it back on my wall again. But that's the original inked cover from Alexia Veldhausen for 47 Furious Tales issue 1, the first press run.
That's beautiful.
Didn't she do a fantastic job of that?
That is a beautiful. That's a beautiful.
I'm a fan of writers. Okay, I'm
money.
Okay, I'm one of them people that the story has to grab a hold of for me to be a fan of it. Williams' book is one of the very few books I've ever opened up and went, "Oh shit, that art."
Yeah, William, I can't wait to check it out. And gentlemen, I hate to do this. I got to get going.
Yeah, that's the piece right there. I opened up this book and I saw that piece right there and I went, "Oh shit, I'm down with this forever." You know.
I get you though, Henry. I'm gonna have to book out here.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, William. Your book looks fantastic. I friended you on Facebook. We're buds now. Let's make this happen. Warren, I friended you too. Let's get to know each other. Pops, thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Make sure you follow Rob if you don't already, because seriously, Rob.
Oh no, Rob and I are cool, man. We know
Rob is a real big inspiration.
Absolutely, Rob is the man. Guys, thank you so much. We're gonna be seeing each other a lot more this year, I hope, because now I'm finally in that Kickstarter mode, getting slowly into that Kickstarter mode. So I'm going to be joining the fray with you guys soon. We're all going to get to come on here, and I'm going to be picking your brains. So
this is exactly what CRoM Con is about: the collaboration, the people meeting each other and doing stuff together afterwards. And then they tell me, "Oh man, I got with dude after your con, and it's like we're going to do this," and I'm just like, "Yes, that's what I."
And if they can't hear you, then to hell with them.
It's awesome, dude. It's awesome.
It's good to meet you, Onrie. It's good.
It's great to meet you, Onrie. Such great creators, and I'm so glad I met you, Mr. Quinton, because like 47 Furious Tales, I know I came across that book earlier last year, like around like June, July, and I wanted to get my hands on it. Now I got a chance to talk to you. Now it's going to happen, and I can't wait.
I'll send you some prints with them too. Some of the prints, because we've got some that we had done for our Kickstarter campaign.
That is gorgeous.
So
I think I've got all
that's
the
awesome
to me.
That's fantastic.
And I have to say thank you to Raj for making sure that I got a copy of that. Thank you, Raj.
Yeah, Raj hooked you up on that one. He's like, "Yeah, let me get this for Pops." I'm like, "All right, man, here you go, bro." I want to just say real quick, Will, man, it's always a pleasure to see you, brother. Warren, I don't get to see you enough. I can't wait for more Sig and Joe. And this is, I think, actually the first time I've actually gotten to speak to Rob for any length of time. Rob, keep doing what you're doing, man. I love watching your little short live streams, even when they're long form or something. You keep doing you, man. I mean, I tend to lurk in the background unless I've got something that contributes to speak about. I don't like put drama or politics and stuff. If you're doing you, and I'll just sit and listen. And that's cool. If there's something I can add, I'll send it to you. But whenever I see that notice, I'm right there. Same as when Raj goes live, or when Brian Polito goes live, or when Travis. It's just like, hey, Rob's on. There I am. I'm there. So, Pops, thanks for having me, man.
Always good talking to you, sir.
I think I'm gonna get a little break and then maybe get some sleep before I start a long day tomorrow.
Good luck, man. Good luck. Take care. See y'all later. Take care.
Good job, buddy. Nice seeing you, Onrie.
Yeah, take care. Thank you so much.
Okay, now, Rob, I know you didn't get to say a whole lot about what you had going on because you got so many things going on. But if there's anything you wanted to completely focus on right now, while you got some viewers, we have some viewers, so If you got something you wanted to focus on that we haven't touched on yet, by all means, hit us with it.
There's Terraform. I don't think we talked about that. Terraform Continuum's coming out this February. It's basically everything I did with the Advocator evolved to the next level. We're helping creators. We're holding their hands literally through the creative process to get the younger creators to know more. It's about building the future of comics and building a library like never before. Everyone who gets into comics always talks about working with each other, but few people actually continue to work with each other and build something. The thing behind Terraform Continuum is we're never going to own the stories. You give us a 4 to 8 page story and we're going to put it in the book. We'll get to print it for the rest of the time Terraform Continuum is printed, which we're hoping for just indefinite as a company. But you get to take that and then use it. The only thing we ask is for 6 months. Basically, from when we kickstarted to when we for 6 months from then, it stays in the Terraform only. After that, put it in any book you want. Give it to another one. We're also going to do something cool where we're making a call for anyone who has a former story in like an anthology that never went anywhere. They can bring it to Terraform Continuum. So that we're going to call it either like Second Life or Rewind. We're still trying to figure out how to market that, but it'll be like a second life for that story. And I don't think that happens enough.
Take two.
Is there any certain genre that's for the stories, or is it just any admission or
any admission? We're letting everyone do anything. It's just got to be quality. And I don't mean quality like it has to be the highest quality in the world. I mean it has to have the beats of a story. It has to make sense, and the art has to be able to be followed. We're not looking for the prettiest thing ever made in the world. We're not looking for art. We don't want to critique art. The art has to tell a story. It's the basics. Going back to comics. Because comics used to be just about entertaining people. We're also going to involve comic strips inside the book. We're going to put back comic strips where comic books come from, right? So it's about exciting creators and challenging them and going, hey, make something. 4 to 6 pages. Who knows what's going to happen with it, you know? And then it's part of this thing. And the really cool thing is imagine if you're a brand new creator and you got to sell all these books. Because once you get in one issue, you'll be able to sell all the other issues on your book, on your table. So a new creator, let's say we get to issue number 10, a new creator who's never sold a book in their life, now has 10 copies, 10 different issues they can buy copies of. So they can go to a table with a full spread now.
Nice.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's never been attempted before. Yeah. And it's going to be quality. We're going to build on it being quality. I'm not going to say everyone's going to like every story, but every story will have someone overlooking it, making sure there aren't huge problems. Because a lot of times when you guys get anthologies, everyone in this room's probably gotten a bad anthology, right?
I can't say anything, Rob. I can't.
You know you have, or at least the story in the anthology where you were like, this just wasn't it. Someone just accepted this, stamped it, and put it in a book, and it ruins the rest of the book, honestly. When you read the book,
I've had stories in an anthology where I went, ooh, and I went to the next story, right? Like just went, ooh, just bypass them next 3 pages or whatever. You know, I've had those, yeah, and they're like,
yeah, we don't want that. I think Pop's froze.
Yeah, I think so.
He froze.
He'll be back in a minute. But we don't want anyone to spin past. We want them to at least be like, hey, this is a good story. I don't like it, but at least it was quality. Every dollar I want a fan to spend, I want them to feel like they invested it in something that was worth their money. Because, I mean, I've been in this industry long enough, bought enough books where I'm like, oh, this is horrible. Because an editor didn't look at it. The story editor didn't look at it. No one who cared. And I say this to a lot of people. You get one try. If you give me something and I give my opinion and you fight me on it, you just don't get my opinion again because you're not ready. When people give me an opinion, I stop and ask questions. I don't fight with them. I go, okay, I see that point. What about this and that? And I try to learn from that experience. Our fans are not something to run from. They're something that can teach us, can inspire us to go level up. We only get better when we're honestly ready to hear where our mistakes are being made. And that helps us level up. I was talking to a couple creators over the last month, showing them a couple things with their stories, and they're like, wow, and no one's ever taken the time to really talk to me. How sad is that? That in this industry, a lot of people are just forced through a grinder. oh no, just get it done, and put it out. No, that's that. Even in Marvel and DC, they're starting to slow down. You can see they're starting to refocus because they realize that while the art doesn't have to be a masterpiece every time, it has to tell a story. Yeah. It can't just be the art. You have to rely on words as well. You have, because I always say the words inspire your artists to make beautiful art, but you also need that dialogue. You need to fall in love with characters. And I am happy to see DC trying brand new stuff now that's really inventive, you know? And I think Marvel's trying stuff. I mean, we saw the Spider-Man costume. I'm not a huge fan of it, but hey, they're trying, right? Yeah. They're out taking swings, and that's awesome. You know, it's not a Spider-Man.
None of that stuff is ever permanent either. I mean, it could just end up being a DLC or an extra Marvel Legends figure, 6 months from now, or it could end up being, for a long time. Who knows?
Aren't they becoming like the Power Rangers, where they're each going to get a bot that they're going to be able to find their Mech Wars coming up in Marvel? Might just have a tie-in with that.
Yeah, I heard something about that. I haven't followed mainstream Marvel stuff for a while now.
Well, we do a news program. We do the Comics Newswire. So, like during the week, all I do is read the news. So, it's also rough because there's so many spoilers. Like I have to wake up and watch The Mandalorian because I know the minute I go to do the news, it'll be ruined. Yeah. You have comic book creators on your page. They're just gonna completely ruin stuff for you. I hate sometimes being in the community when something new comes out like Wonder Woman because no one can keep their mouth shut.
I got over. I don't mind spoilers nearly as much. I had so much stuff spoiled when I was younger. I just got over to that point. I don't get anything too excited anymore.
No, I still hate it. No, don't take my moment away from me. It'd be like someone giving you a report of how it is to have sex when you didn't get to have sex with the person yet. Like they're going to do this thing, and you're like, what? Why didn't you just let them do it? Oh, man, this sucks. It's like, what the best comparison I could say? It's like hanging out with Rick. He's cool, but he ruins things for you. It's better to watch versus hang out with him, But yeah, that I think the continuum will be something good for the community and the industry itself, because it's all about bringing creators together. Pops is back. It's about bringing creators together and just creating good comics. And then, like I said, everyone gets to own their stuff. How cool is that? No one's trying to take anything from anyone. All we want is the right to keep printing it because we want to build that library. And the also thing is like when you make an anthology like The Advocate was and what Continuum is going to be, I'm bringing other creators. So let's say, Warren, you drop something, and Will, you drop something in there for whatever you wanted to create. And I take that book with me here in Florida with me. Plus, I travel the East Coast when we're not in the middle of whatever you want to call what's going on right now. I go up to New York. I go up to New Jersey. I go to Virginia and South Carolina, North Carolina, all those states, Georgia. I'm taking your work with me. So now people got to know you. And then Mike did an amazing, Mike, who's in the comments today with Trish, Mike did this amazing thing where he talked about The Advocator and gave his assessment of each mini story. I was blown away by that. He did such an awesome job at it. I was like, oh my God, I've never seen someone do that. We need more fans like that. We need more people, more readers to be talking about the books that they're reading, because that doesn't happen. And we don't encourage our fans enough. We don't talk to them. At a show, the biggest thing I miss right now is just talking to my fans. Talking to the people who are fans of comics, just having conversations. And I'll do that. I'll go off on a half an hour tangent, and they're like, oh, because they'll see someone walk away. They're like, I'm sorry if I cost you a sale. I was like, if they really want to buy it, they'll come back when you're not here. If they don't come back, that's okay. We're talking comics. And they're like, oh, should I buy a book? I'm like, not unless you want it. I don't want fake fans, but I love hanging out with fans, If you don't see something on my table that you like yet, that just means I have to go back to the drawing board. And I have to find a book for you. But with something like Continuum, just imagine that. I got your story. I got Will. What if Will has a pirate story and I have a fan in front of me who wants a pirate story? I'll be like, oh, well, in this book, Will did this pirate story. I get to make a sale. And he reads something that's in there of me, and he comes back to me. And this happened with The Advocator. I really like the story you wrote. What else do you create? And suddenly they're taking a chance on the fetish book. Suddenly they're taking a chance on the monster book because they like how I am as a writer. I have fans where I show up and they're like, what's new? And I tell them what's new, and they just grab. grab what's new. And that's what you do. You write strong stories, tell good stories, get that reputation, and then you have this fan base. I mean, I was like Onrie. When this happened this year, we didn't have shows anymore. I was like, how do I sell my books now? Because I was so used to being able to make that human connection. And just, even online, I hate, because I do a lot of advocating, I feel uncomfortable talking about my stuff too often because that's not who I am. Like when people see me, I'm the trusted face of Comics Newswire. I'm the person they're talking about. It's actually, I'm a little sheepish about my own work. But if someone else is doing something, I'll talk about it for an hour. And I'll tell you how awesome it is, especially when I see it, because I love comics. It's not a line. That's not something I try to tell people to get people to follow me. It's the truth. And I surround myself with people. That's why I appreciate what Pops does. He does this out of passion. You can hear him. He gets excited like a kid. Like a little kid, he's excited about comics, and he loves talking about comics. It's what you want, man. You want people around it. And we have this tendency to surround ourselves often, like I said at the beginning, too many negative people ruin it for people. You got to walk away from those people and just follow the people who are happy about what they're doing. They're just always talking about something. They're not trying to be negative. We all have bad days. We all have days we wish we could have back. I call it the days you want back. The day where you did something and you're like, I wish I could have that one back. We all have that, but it's the people who show up month after month supporting other people. You don't see that. Those are rare. Sad but true, they're rare. So when you see them, you support them and you do what you can to help build them up, and that's what Pops does. Pops has launched a few careers,
I ain't gonna go that far. Come on. I am passionate about what people do, especially like this stuff. I get so excited sometimes. Like somebody was talking to me this morning, and I was like, man, I'm already too jacked up about tonight. It was like 5 o'clock, and I was already like just jacked up about our 8 o'clock show. I said, I need to go chill out. I'm already too excited. That's how I get. And it's not an act. It's not,
you can't fake that. And it's true.
I love what you guys do, man. You guys have been part of my life forever. Maybe not you personally, but comic creators.
Well, none of us own comics. We've all inherited this, and we're going to pass it on. And that's something we need to understand in this industry. None of us get to own it. None of us get to be the best. The best have already come. We're trying to live up to legends. How do you compete with a Jack Kirby, a Stan Lee? It's not even fair because there are things that they did that we can never do. Will Eisner, those are things you can't do again, but you can be you. You can be the best you ever and make the changes you can to this industry and be even a footnote. Just imagine being a footnote. You know how happy I'd be to be a footnote in this industry? Dude. I would take that as a fucking huge reward to be a footnote in the comic book industry because there are just giants here. And that excitement you can't fake, Pops. I've seen people try all year. In 2020, a lot of people, like I said, they came in to make money off of comics. And not because they love comics, not because they wanted to be part of comics, but because they saw their people could make money on Kickstarter. So they just Kickstarted just anything and wondered why their Kickstarters failed. And we saw this with the screenwriters who were like, well, I can't get my movie made, so I'll make a comic now.
Right.
People who call comics storyboards. Oh. It hurts. Why would you call a comic a storyboard? Comics are older than storyboards. Storyboards are something Walt Disney made. I'm not coming down on storyboards, but storyboards aren't comics. And you read the history of comics, like, I love reading. I don't know about you guys, but I love reading the history, how we got here, the Will Eisner autobiography, the Marvel, how Marvel got to be. Like when you start realizing Stan Lee wanted really not as much to do with comics as as he wound up having, you're blown away that this guy really didn't want to be in comics for the most of his career. He would have rather anyone else did it. He spent more time in Hollywood than actually working on comics. Mm-hmm. He had this super gig where people thought he was in charge when he wasn't in charge. And you got Roy Thomas who was in charge, and you get the back and forth. Did he create this or that? But he's an icon. You can't take away the fact that you think of Marvel Comics, you think of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. Just the truth.
It's on my wall, man. It's on my wall. It's like I won a signed Thor 442 by Stan Lee. I won it in a raffle, and it's like, dude, I would have never. This is after he died. I'd have never got one. I'd have never been able to get his autograph. I'd have never been able to pay $700-800 for Stan's autograph. I got lucky. I got one for $10. You know, I bought 2 $5 raffle tickets at the last minute of a wrap. You know, the last minute that they were taking, you know, payments. Is like right at the last minute. I told myself, "Come on, let's buy 2 tickets," and we won. And it was like,
that's just ludicrous.
I love this industry. I love the people in it. I love that everybody's willing to, like, you know, the person who put that book up for donation is in the Madness. She's a wonderful person. I got to meet her live at a meet and greet a couple years ago. Wonderful person, you know, and it's like, man, the community, the village that we're building is turning into a freaking city, y'all. It's turning into a freaking city. It ain't a little village anymore, you know. It's growing. It's growing awesomely.
All right, gentlemen. Speaking of growing, my little boy's at the point of sleep.
It's midnight. It's perfect timing. It's the perfect timing. Rob, give him a little quick. Where can they find you?
You can find me at MrAndersin.com for all my stuff, where I create books about fetish monsters and more. Check out Comic Book Advocates. We now cover Into the Madness as part of the news. If you guys see something this has been picked up for the news, that's why you're seeing it. And our news programs are going to be on Tuesday. We have a brand new, we just announced it actually today, the name of the new news program, and it's going to be the Comics Market Watch. So you guys are going to be able to hear everything going on in the comics on Tuesday at 11 a.m. Wednesday will be Backer Pause, the show that actually makes creators watch videos of other creators' videos. And
we actually plugged that show earlier today, Rob. We actually plugged that one for you earlier.
Yeah, it's a really cool one. People have said it's actually changing the way creators are making their videos now, and it's really had an effect, which I'm proud of. Chuck and me actually created, speaking of Chuck. And on Thursdays, we're actually going to do this thing called the Comic-Con Highway again sometime this year, where we talk about these things called Comic-Cons that we thought were dinosaurs. We're hoping come back, like Jurassic Park. And then on Fridays, we're going to give the Week Ended, where we talk about the big stories of the week, if we haven't covered them already, and wrap up your week and tell you everything that happened in the industry. So, I mean, it's all about bringing you the news, and it's not just mainstream; it's all aspects of the comics market and the industry that it's created. So, come join us and make sure that you support people like Pops, Warren, Will, Onrie, all the people who showed up today, because these are people who take time out of their day. No one gets paid for this. There's no advertising. You know, I'm sure everyone would love to believe that we make millions doing these programs. We really don't. We don't make any money.
When you see me putting up an ad in between every guest, you know I'm finally making some money, okay?
Yeah. So, hold on. We just got to take a break here. Then, you know, Pops is sold out. Pops is sold out, and he's gone corporate.
I would sell a 30-second ad spot between.
He would come out with a tie that would have like different names on it.
You missed the opening of the show, Rob. I came out in a button-up. No,
I saw it. That's what I'm saying. Your ties will now have sayings on them from like, it'll be like, Jimmy's comic shop. Yeah, that's the future. Like that's what's going to go on. Right? And seriously, this is a new year. Let's make it count. 20 was not easy to get through. We're here in 21. Let's make this fucker count. Let's do as much as we can.
Here.
We got some making up to do. We got some making up to do, Lucy.
Yep. Let's take your vaccine if they offer it to you. Let's get the fuck back to Comic-Cons. Do not be the dick that slows it down. All right. We all want to get back to Comic-Cons. We all want to meet people. I can't wait to have that smell. Anyone who's been to a Comic-Con instantly knows the smell I'm talking about. They all smell the same, and it's that unique smell that you only get there, and it's that noise. If you're a creator who's been there before a show, you know how quiet it is, and then you can hear it. You can hear it coming, and it's just a wave.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
I was planning to
go back to the smell for a minute. You're not talking about the smell of the people that forgot their deodorant, right?
No, that's a unique smell. You can get that in New York City. That's on the New York City subway. You can get that same smell. No, it's like a smell of convention centers
Oh,
that
I
you
know.
try to sanitize, but don't really because there's mold in a corner. You just don't know which. It's the food that's been in there. It's been the lingering people.
The cars that they've started in there that you still smell the petrol. Yep, all of it. I know.
The creators' burnt hearts and feelings when no one buys their books that lingers. All that makes us
The screaming of the guy who can't get any Wi-Fi, who really wants to buy this book, but his credit card won't work.
Yeah. And then on top of it, you get some nerd smell. That's what we call it, the nerd smell. The guy who doesn't think he has to shower, but really he does. And the worst is when they come.
That 350 got me 7 more comic books at that 50-cent bin, man.
But I'm telling you, man, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like Comic Cons. We want to get back to it. We want to get back to our fans. A lot of us miss you. We want to get back on the road. I only left Fort Myers once this year. This can't continue. Since March, I only left once. I can't stay in one town for this long. I'm a city boy. I need to be on the road. So thank you, Pops, for putting this on today. Thank you all for, like I said, anyone who was on the show at any point today or the next 2 days, helping the industry grow. Because that's what this is. We're all about it, helping the industry grow. And it was nice to meet you guys in person, Warren and Will. And Pops, will see you. I'll see you around the cooler, as it is, around the water.
You know you will.
All right, guys. Good night.
Thanks for coming out, man.
Let me go tuck in my little guy.
All right. Good night. Warren.
Yes, sir.
Warren. Look, I'm not going to kick you out if you still got stuff to say or show off. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, no, we can wrap this up. The only thing is I'm started a Twitch channel, and I hope to start doing more and more live drawings while I'm actually working on the comic book. So if you want to watch me,
I'm going to let you know. I'm going to let you know. You still need to share that to the madness because I don't Twitch.
Okay, yeah, I'll share that. Well, I'll share that and the YouTube because I'll be streaming it to the YouTube channel also.
Yeah, share from the YouTube to the madness. That'll work.
Yeah,
what I'm saying? It's like, man, it took me a long time to even go up on Twitter and start promoting. It took a long time for me to take on a second social media platform.
Oh, I still have only sent 2 tweets in my entire life. Like, I'm just now learning Instagram. Like, it's just.
Yeah, it's that's what I mean. It's like I took on the second one now, and I'm starting to get good play there. I've met a lot of people that have come to the madness from my Twitter feed. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about now is people that I found out there that have come into the madness from there. So, it's working. As far as Twitch and Instagram and jumping on every other platform, man, 2 is enough to try and keep up with. I sit there all day as it is.
So this whole promotion thing is I'm gonna have to go back to school just to learn how to do that. It is rough.
The whole thing is, and I say it all the time: exposure is king.
Yeah.
Okay, the longer I can make this reach, the more I can help you. And there's a lot of other people out there doing the same thing I'm trying to do. If you talk to Kevin over there at NSC Live TV and you get a channel over there, possibilities are endless as far as exposure. And that's really where sales come from.
Is that a new channel or the NSC? The NS Live TV, is that a new channel?
It's a network.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's a whole network, and we're broadcasting through them now. This is we've grown, my friend.
Oh, outstanding.
We have grown. Powered by NSCLiveTV.com. We have 7 or 8 different podcasters that are, picking us up. We have all kinds of things going on this time that we've never had before. One thing is double-digit viewers all day. I can tell you right now, our numbers have been better today than we've ever had them before. So, for anybody, just in these 4 hours tonight, I've never seen that number in the corner of my screen up there that high for the whole time. And we still have people watching. So, it's midnight. Unless they're all on the West Coast.
Hi, friends.
Warren, have you tried Artist Alley on Facebook? Watch him by there a lot. Yes, I have seen Artist Alley on Facebook.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one. No.
Well, I mean, they go out there, they do their streams, they're selling their stuff. Mog Park in the group, she's always sharing stuff from the Artist Alley.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one thing I have to learn here coming up this year is I don't know how to price art. Like, I don't know how to, like, if someone comes to me and says, I want you to draw me a cover, I'm not quite sure what standard rates are yet. I got to talk to some more people, because that's another problem I have too, is I'm not very social. So I've got to learn how to get out of my shell more and talk to people and say, hey, how much are you charging for, for doing this or that? Because, I have art to create prints out of. I have stuff to get going on it, but I need to learn how to monetize better, because my biggest problem has always been confidence, and you need to have a little bit of faith in your own work in order to be able to price it. And it's always one of those things where it's like, I'm like, $50? And I'm like, hopefully they're saying that's a good deal, not like, well, what are you, arrogant,
And see, this is, as a fan, I've had that a few times, because I bought some art, and and it's like somebody, the best ones are the ones that tell me, well, what would you pay to have it on your wall? And it made me think, okay, what's it worth to me?
Okay,
what's it worth to me? Now, I don't want to make you feel insulted and lowball you, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get your art. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
You just like kind of throw the question back in there. That's how I would do it until I can get a gauge of that value. After you've sold 10, 12 pieces, and you can get an average of what people are willing to pay for what you do. And
I will do that, Trish. I'll check a couple shows and see that guy there too. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Trish.
Yeah, but I mean that's like some of those people out there might be established and their art already has a set value. That's what I'm saying. We're trying to find out what your art's worth.
Yeah.
The best way to find that out is to find out what people are willing to pay for it. Just like any collectible, it is worth what the last person was willing to pay for it. Okay, if it's a signed Stan Lee book, whatever the last person paid for it, that's its value right now, its current value.
Yeah.
Now, if the next person pays more for it, its current value went up. But it's based on what somebody's willing to pay.
Well,
So-
okay, I'll give you $12 for that signed Stan Lee book. Then.
Well,
Hey, it's worth a shot. What the
you
hell?
can try. Yeah, I see it. I see it isn't in the mail yet.
I can't mail it if you don't give me an address.
Yeah, well, you didn't ask for an address yet. So.
Well, it's still sitting here. Don't bother me none. I got the ceramic version over there.
Oh, that's got to be nice.
Yeah, I got it on my Joker leather, the one that toggled my wheelchair and sent me to the hospital last week.
Oh,
yeah, I've had a few people that have given me a price, and then I've had a few people that said, well, if you basically because I was trying to tell them what I wanted them to draw without taking away I want their art. Okay, so
yeah.
I'll throw an idea at you, and then I'll tell you, don't do nothing yet, because I'm going to change or add to or adapt or edit or something for the next 3 months before I finally figure out exactly what it is I want you to do. And then I'm just going to give you the premise and let you run with it. I want your style, okay? If I'm coming to you as an artist, I want your style. So I'm definitely not going in there and trying to change that. But I'm going to tell you, okay, I want Joe and Sig doing this, or set a stage, and then you get to draw your thing. I want your art. I don't want to go out there and tell you, hey, you need to draw Joe with his leg like this, or you know what I mean. That's you. That's your character and how you draw it. I went to Adam Fields, and it took 3 months for us to figure out exactly what I wanted, but it was at the time of the Action 1000 Okay, and they did not do a Action 1000 homage to Action 1.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted an homage to Action 1 on a 1000. I thought all these covers, they had 36 covers or something, not one of them was homage number 1. So I went to Adam, I said, I want to do a homage to number 1, but I want it to look retro like number 1 did. But I don't want dude holding up an old 1940s car. I want him holding up something modern, something new. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't tell him what. I let him make that call. So he drew Soups in the retro style, where it's not all super muscly. It's old, the way he looked.
He looks like George Reeves in a suit. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Back in the day. And he has him holding up a Vikings bus. Dude, it is so awesome, right?
That's awesome.
Okay, well, I didn't want him to tell me what he did or whatever because I knew I was going to meet him at a meet and greet, like in the near future. I was like, just do it, bring it to me. I want you to show it to me. I'm gonna have people videoing my face live when you show it to me. Got to meet him. He hand delivered it to me. It was freaking awesome. It's on my wall. It's been there ever since. Framed it up right away. But that's the kind of it took me 3 months to get to exactly what I wanted without telling him what to do. I didn't say I want him holding up an F-18. I didn't get all specific. I was just like, I don't want him holding up an old car. Figure out something modern. Well, I had him found out I was a Vikings fan and had Superman holding up the Vikings bus. It was freaking cool.
That's awesome. That's too. That's cool.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And it's like Moses did a Thor or a Odin, but it's me as Odin. And it's gold armor with a purple background. It's Vikings colors,
Yeah.
He's holding up Mjolnir, and it says my last name in Nordic runes on the hammer, and the weirdest thing about the whole thing was while he was doing it, he had major eye problems in one of his eyes, like major eye problems. Like he couldn't see out of one eye. He got Odin while he was drawing Odin. Dude, it was crazy. But I mean, it's an awesome piece. I can't show you anymore because I don't have camera mobility, but I think there's probably a post in the madness of it somewhere. But there's too much cool stuff, man. And
since you can't show that, and we're talking Asgard, might I show off a quick piece?
Sure you can. Sure you can. And you know what? I'll go up here and pull it freaking down. There you go.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's rad.
It's me, nice. Dude. It's me.
Yeah, nice.
It's amazing. Oh. I get blown away by what you guys do as creatives. It's freaking amazing.
I got this, and it's Joe Sinat from the Joe Sinat Inking Challenge, and a guest of CRoM Con 10 this weekend, my friend Rusty Gilligan.
Yes.
Who inked this.
Oh, Kevin, I know you're probably not still awake, probably not watching, but there's your boy Rusty right there. Kevin's the one that hooked me up with Rusty, got Rusty to be in the show. Yeah.
Joe signed it there. Rusty signed it here. Rusty signed it again there.
Nice. Guess what?
It laminated, or is that just the sleeve?
This is just the top loader, yeah.
Oh, nice.
So you get to be out here and you get to talk to him on Sunday, Bill.
He was on my podcast just a few months ago. I talk to him all the time. So
all right. So good. Then you'll be able to help me a lot in that interview too. Somebody else I've never met. See, this one is it's like half of the people are people that have been in CRoM Con before, and half of the people are new. And it's like I'm getting to meet a whole bunch of new people this time. Usually I meet 6-7 new people in a weekend. This time it's like 20. It's awesome. Y'all don't understand. Pops loves doing this. You just don't understand how much I love doing this. And as long as I put that sign up sheet up there and you guys say you want to be involved in it, I'm going to keep doing it. Bottom line. So with that, we've been out here for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I got 12 hours tomorrow. I'm going to call it. Go get me something to eat. I'm going to give me a little rest.
Yes, that means I got 12 hours tomorrow.
Unless we hear from Phil, paging Dr. Phil.
I got this. I already planned out that I was going to be here from open to close for the weekend.
Well, I think if you do need a break, we can always get Frank to come out, help out. He also said he would. So
Well, the only breaks I need is to do this, hit the bathroom, grab another cup of coffee, and I'm back.
I hear you. Warren.
Make sure you got plenty of weed.
That's me. That's me. Over here.
All right, we're over there. Yeah.
That's my thing. See, when that
Yeah.
How you doing, everybody?
Just to keep it in comic line.
Oh, that is so cool. That is so
very
cool.
Nice. Very nice.
I bought that actually on Amazon. It's hand carved from Brazil. They only had like 2 left. I bought them, and then I moved into a new place where I'm at now, and there's no smoking anywhere on the property. I'm like, well, hell.
I will see your Joker. And I will raise you a Death Star grinder.
I'm going to up my freaking comic theme, just stoner game.
Now look. You got to admit. You have to admit that particular genre is growing.
Yes, because 2 of my good buds, speaking of bud, are going to be closing up the show Sunday from Toking with the Dead.
It is. It has been scheduled. It is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to be on a separate stream in the Madness only. Because we're bringing Raj out, and Raj just doesn't know how to control himself. So
there's that, and the fact that you saw my interview with Ben and Jeff, so you know where that's going.
Well, there's CRoM Con, and then there's CRoM Con After Hours.
That's After Hours, yeah.
And I don't know if everybody is ready for After Hours, so we'll keep that in the map.
So let me ask you this other question. Our friend Christy Shin is on tomorrow.
Yes, right after Rich Parada.
In early afternoon?
Yes, we know. Well, come on. Rich is kicking us off at noon. That's crazy all by itself. That's why I said we're going to rearrange this from now on, where we keep the, evening stuff in the evening and the morning stuff in the morning. And yeah. Okay. I have given this some consideration, Will. Just didn't do it before the sign-up sheet this time.
Saturday afternoon will be very titillating.
No, see, I know that Rich wants to talk about his new book. Okay, and I have a surprise for him. He don't know about it. He's probably asleep now, so we ain't gonna hear about it now. But I got a surprise for Rich. Rich is gonna be a happy guy. Okay. Christy's going to come out for a minute and tease him on his way out. And then Christy will be okay. She'll be okay. She knows what's up. Actually, she has some stuff to talk about. So, it'll be awesome. As always, it always is. And she does know how to PG if she needs to. It's not that big a deal. But I mean, when your main character is called Demon Bitch, you gotta expect that, right? You know,
I love her webtoon too. That's a good cover.
Man. She's amazing, and not only that, but she's a great friend. I talk to her a lot. She's fun to talk to, fun to hang out with, fun to be in streams with. She's fun on her show. She's fun on your show. You know, I mean, hey, I'll surround myself with 100 Christies and not worry about it.
I watched her stream, but I haven't got to like talk to her or meet her yet.
Oh, she's awesome. Very, very nice person, you know, and fun to talk to. It's like most everybody that comes out here, man, you know. I mean, I love you guys, man. I love everybody watching. I love all of our sponsors. And I say sponsors like, you know, no, they don't pay me. They're just good people. They're out here trying to help us. The people that provided us this new studio, the people that provided me with all these great backgrounds, you know, all the graphics and all this. This is all other people. Yes, Rod. This is all other people coming out. And are you trying to say thank you to everybody? No, that wasn't what you were saying. Well, what were you saying?
Grogu's waving goodbye too.
Oh, there it is. You love you. Oh, he was saying he loves you guys too. That's what he was saying.
I thought he was saying hello to Grogu.
No, he said, I love you guys too. Yep, and now he's gone. So that must have been what he was trying to say. You know, otherwise he'd still be sitting here looking at me funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. Thank you guys. Appreciate you, Will. Definitely. Oh, there he is. Kevin's still watching. Oh, hell yeah, there he is. This guy right here. Kevin, you need to get with Warren. Warren, you need to get with Kevin.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out, definitely.
Yeah, set you up a channel over there. Yeah. No, I mean set you up a channel over there for sure, you guys. You know, I mean William already did. He's expanding this to 1,000 channels this year. You know, it can't hurt to be one of them.
I definitely need to get out more this year, and this year is going to be trying to get everyone to know who I am. So that'll be a good help on it.
Well, tomorrow at noon, he will be here kicking the show off at noon. And he'll be talking about what he's doing with Inked and with NSC Live TV. And I think Dustin Brunel is going to be out too. So, you know,
that's noon your time?
Yeah, noon Eastern.
Okay, cool.
Always Eastern. Everything CRoM Con is Eastern. It's, you know, I don't have to deal with Mountain and Central and Pacific and all that. Everything's Eastern. Just
makes it work.
That's what I tell everybody. I go, yeah, it's EST. Oh, I'm not EST. I go, okay, well, you do the math and figure it out, because for me, math is hard.
I just take three hours away from whenever Pop tells me to show up.
You know?
I lived in Phoenix for 35 years, and they do not go on daylight savings time. The time is always the same. They don't mess with it there, right?
Yeah.
So you got all the other time zones that change, and you stay the same. And that's more confusing, okay, than living on the East Coast or the West Coast where you're always one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
You're in that spot where it's like, okay, this month it's Mountain, and then two months down is Central, or, oh my God, no, leave it alone. I moved up here and I found out Michigan was Eastern time, and I was like, all right. Never have to mess with that again. It's Eastern, everything. Yes. Be joined by Dustin, be talking about the listener and comic camaraderie and the future of CRoM Con and who knows what else.
I'll be paying attention to that one.
It's definitely going to be fun. That's what we're trying to do. Thanks again. Everybody who's listening, everybody who's watching, everybody who's here in the stream, and for sure, all those. Bye, Grogu. Everybody who allowed us to, you know, as usual, share the link in their group. You know, thank all of you. Every admin of every group that lets us promote what we're doing here, we appreciate you. That's the bottom line. Everybody work together. Everybody's going to come up good. You know, tomorrow, big guest, big day, INDEE Volt panel, killing the night tomorrow night. Don't want to miss that. The people from INDEE Volt be out here 9 o'clock. And Sunday night, Dr. Phil. Sunday night, I don't know. It could be anything, but for sure we're going to do 2 drawings and give some stuff away because the madness is growing. Thank you all. Peace.
Peace.
Oh, wait a minute. Hi, Sharky.
Hey.
They walk in right when we're walking out, babe. I'm sorry.
You're just in time to watch the replay.
Yeah, you can catch it from the beginning, 4.5 hours. Tomorrow at noon, we will be here. Thanks, everybody. Peace.
Peace.